We got the shortened one. I gotta fix that.
Oh no, I was ready this time. I was like, okay.
Right. I gotta fix that, man.
Yes, sir. Welcome to another episode of the Free Your Mind podcast, where you can come free your mind and help others free theirs. I'm your co-host, and I'll go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance like the sun and the moon was popping.
Yes, sir. I go by the name of Self Made, the other co-host. Gotta tap into self to know thyself always.
Yes, sir. Let me um let
Pull
me get
some of
this
these
link
in
out real
here.
quick. Let me get this link out. Link.
Testing some shit out real quick.
I see we already got a couple people in the building. I'm about to post the link up on my Facebook page. If y'all want
Yo, what's
to
poppin'?
a piece to the Chizat.
Peace to the chat. Let's see what we got back in the backgrounds.
Let's see. Oh, whoa, whoa. Come on, broski. Oh yeah, sorry about the late start, y'all. We was having technical difficulties, and when I say we, I mean me. But I just now blasted the link to my Facebook if y'all wanna chime in and whatnot. But yeah, man.
My bad.
So
I'll be in there in a second. I got a whole
oh
bunch
no
of shit
no no,
going on.
yeah, you good. So we got this. Hold on, I'm still in the background right now. Let me look at this. Just that. Oh, we got Cormac in the building early. Peace to the goddess was popping. Set my disclaimer. Well, yeah, we got a lot going on in the news right now. You want to know what? I just now found out that they had I guess the boy Sauce Walker was out there in LA and shit too recently, and I think somebody tried to rob him, and I guess when dude pulled out on him and shit, I guess Sauce Walker went to go grab the gun and shit, and they got the tumbling and rumbling and shit. I guess he got himself up out of that situation and shit. You feel me? Um, and that's on some different type of time. Fortunately, he made it up out of that situation, but as we can see, man, everybody ain't so lucky on some real type of time. But you know, okay, there we go. But yeah, so with that being said, man, before we get into this, I want to send a RIP to PNB Rock, man, and for the most part, sending love and support out to the fam and shit. I know it's kind of difficult, man, when you well, I was gonna say when you're a celebrity, but like pretty much in general right now because there's so many cameras that's involved with certain things and whatnot. So, they people are putting this thing up online, like you know what I mean. So they're getting to see like his last moments, and his life actually leaving his body and shit, all type of other shit. So, you know, sometimes it's hard to deal with. Sometimes it's hard to watch. So, that's something that the news wouldn't even put out there, but social media ain't got no filter. So, they put those things like that out there, and sometimes, you know, some people would rather see him how they saw him before, his last moments in life. You know what I mean, on this earth and shit. So, get kind of difficult.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's crazy though, man. And you want to know what? I had to look up who he was, not knowing that I kind of like knew a little bit of who he was. I'm not gonna say that I was 1,000% fan. You know how people be coming on, man. I used to listen to
Right.
I was not that guy.
Hmm.
There is one song that I listened to of his, but I didn't even know it was him when I found the song. And I know I was talking to a chick at a time when I heard the song, and it was a song that he put out called "Selfish" and shit, right? And I'm like, are you familiar with the song?
Nah, I ain't, bro.
Because
A
he's kind of
lot of
like,
a lot of the mainstream cats, bro. I don't be knowing about nothing they got
oh,
going
okay,
on.
okay, okay. Don't feel
Yeah,
bad because I really don't either.
right,
But
right.
he put out that song "Selfish," and um, I was dealing with a chick, and I had sent her the song and shit, because she's always joke like, "Nigga, you selfish." What do you like, motherfucker? We fucking with each other. Am I not supposed to be selfish? Like, you want me
Right.
to just be out and about and doing shit, and you doing shit, and that don't work. PNB Rock, please tell this bitch how I feel. Like, you know what I mean? Send her the track, like. But still, with me sending her the song, I still didn't realize, that was, I didn't pay attention to the name. I was only tapped in with the song. But
Mhm.
so when when I had found out that he got shot and shit, I still didn't know who it was, and then I had to look at his catalog, and I'm like, oh shit, that's who that is. Like, you know what I mean? So, nah, yeah, the shit was crazy. But
I'm more
I don't know.
so.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm more so. As like I said, I don't know. I don't know, bro. I haven't listened to his music. Uh, Nothing really to that extent. I'm more so intrigued, I guess you could say, about the Empire situation with all of the different artists. Like I seen something they were saying like all of the artists at this point from Empire is gone. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Man,
Draco, you know what I'm saying? Dolph, King Von, this you feel me? PNB. Uh, uh, what's other dude name?
they got what's
Uh,
my man's
X
they don't
X X
oh yeah, him too, yeah.
Extension
What's my name? My man Mo 3. I
Oh
think
three.
yeah.
All these people that signed the Empire out of here.
Yeah, and see,
Pop
I know
Smoke.
I know a lot of people who deal with Empire from Cali. Like, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, I know somebody that I know personally that deals with Ghazi and shit over there. Like, you know what I mean? So, hopefully that's not the case. But at the same time, like some people just go through there as far as like the distribution side. Like, you know what I mean? They already got their own
Hmm.
situation when they do their distribution over there. Um, but yeah, it's kind of crazy, man, because people were saying that, but do you know how many people? There's I don't know how many people that they deal with over there, but they got a lot of motherfuckers over there. Like, but it's seeming like the span is like a 5 or 6 year thing, to where you sign with them niggas for that 5 or 6 years, and then it's a fucking wrap. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Oh man, I seen
hopefully,
something they were saying like they taking out insurance policies, and then it made me start thinking too, like being that Empire is a record label, right? It's like I know record label, I know how they, you know what I'm saying, I know how the record labels and shit move,
yeah,
and just for instance, say you sign to a record label Empire,
right,
and there's always terms and conditions in that contract. Like, oh, you got to do this amount of albums within this amount of time to make this amount of money back because we're fronting you everything up front. That's how them deals be working.
right.
And so
Well,
I'm like,
see, no, I'm sorry,
say,
my bad.
so for me, I'm like, okay, say you sign a deal, boom. They want you to produce 3 albums. You produce them 3 albums, and then they off you. Now, you didn't get a chance to you feel me, get your rights for your music because
Fulfill that
they own
contract.
it. So
Yep.
it's like everything within that contract when it comes to the albums, all the songs you done did, all the whole shit, they own it. They can continue to push out your music and continue to make money off of you, and you is no longer here.
Talk about it.
You know what I'm
Talk
saying?
about it.
And you don't own, like, your family don't own none of the rights of the music. Like nobody, like, nobody from your end can get the benefits from your music after you pass, but
Yeah,
this label.
right. Because you didn't, just like you said, you didn't fulfill your obligation as far as the contractual obligation that you had. So we still got this. This is ours. And this is what I mean when I say that, majority of the people, I don't know everybody's situation. So I'm not, I can't speak upon everybody, but majority of the people, if you're smart enough, you would go with, I'm not signing to any label. I don't want to just, pigeonhole Empire, but you would want to come with your own situation, with your own label, everything independent, and only thing that you're looking for is distribution. That way, you already own your masters anyway. You already own everything. So if you coming in owning everything that you got, at this point in time, it's a business type of situation. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? Because now you are already your own boss, and you're just like, okay, well, we can make some money together on some business type shit. Dead or alive, you can't fuck with what I got going on. Like, you know what I mean? And that's the
Right.
smart thing. The niggas is doing that 360 shit, man.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, and that's the thing about that is too. It's like even after you like, say for instance, say you did the deal, and even after the deal, like after you done made them their money back, you still don't own them records. I feel like that was the whole part of the deal. That's why they front you the money. Like they'll give you
Oh yeah,
10 mil up front or whatever it is, a million, 2 million, 5 million up front, and then that's it. You make them their money back, and then it's like, all right, yeah, we washed our hands. Like you can go now and create your own shit, but like everything that you already done did with us is ours. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Or at least they getting a big ass percentage of it. One of
yeah.
the
No,
two.
no, you're right. Because that's what I mean by 360. So
Mhm.
if they're fronting you, imagine on some street shit. Imagine somebody front you some peas or some keys or some shit, and then they turn around and then you making the money. Like, say, like, just to have a good relationship, you pay them niggas back half the money. They throw another whoopty wop on you, then they turn around and put somebody
Exactly.
in the game to come rob you, nigga. Regardless to whatever, I want my fucking money. Even though I'm the nigga who sent the nigga to come rob you, nigga, I still want my money on the back end. Hey, the game is cold, B. And that's what a 360 is like, nigga. In the back on the back end, you're not getting nothing. In fact, all that shit is coming back to me. That's why they call it a 360. It's coming back to the label. Like, you know what I mean? So people just got to understand their positions and what you want to do as far as business wise. And a lot of people do not want to put in that independent work, but they want to live like a fucking artist who signed to a major. Like, you know what I mean? Put in the work, do the
Facts.
work. Get out there and
Facts.
put in the work. If you put in the work, then you ain't got to worry about nobody trying to hit you with a 360. You have more leverage on your situation. And this is what Nipsey used to talk about all the time. Like, you know what I mean? So, and this is even before Nipsey, even E40 laid out that blueprint. A lot of Bay Area cats laid out that blueprint in the 90s. Like, you know what I mean? The independent game out the trunk. I'm selling A through Z. Now y'all look at my books, and then I'm negotiating my deal on what's best suits me. And then, of course, I'm gonna give you a piece of this shit for distributing my shit. Good looking out. At the end of the day, I'm up. Like, you know what I mean? But if you coming with that lazy man shit, you're gonna get treated like a slave. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a fact. So we got
So,
Mariah Clark, the
oh yeah,
goddess in the. She
yeah.
said, "Do y'all think he could have been set up?" I mean, shit. Yeah, it sound. I mean,
Oh,
hey,
hey,
just based off of what we just said, when it comes to just the deals and the label and the contracts and the money aspect, um, definitely. And then when you see it, the story. Like I said, I'm not tapped in, a lot when it comes to all of the stuff that happened behind the scenes, but I do see that a lot of people say, "Oh, she posted his location or to just posted the location of where they both was at, and you know what I'm saying. I've seen some text messages floating around of like her setting him up in a sense, but I don't know how truthful or like factual that is when it comes to that. But just off of the rip, like you posted your location. Oh yeah, we at Roscoe's. It does it whether it was or it wasn't. It gives a motive for it to be that in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh okay, for sure. Well, these niggas is up here. Like, you might as well pull up.
And see, I
Um,
let me say this because I'm until it's proven, I have reserves on his being setting him up like that. Not because I don't know her, but not to say that like that she's incapable of. But until that comes out, if it comes out and if it's proven true, then yeah, I'm gonna switch my stance. But as of right now, I don't think that she had nothing to do with that shit. Like, you know what I mean? But I posted an interview that he did with DJ Academics, and I wanted people to pay attention to what he was saying in that interview because DJ Academics was like, nigga, seem like LA be lit. Like, and I hate to say it like this, but this nigga's from Philly. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to the interview, he was saying, like, yeah, niggas tried to try me 2 times, nigga. But he said one of the first times that he was clutching and shit. Like, you know what I mean? He was like, some niggas was doing some funny shit and talking funny, but moving funny. That nigga was like, nigga, now I got the clutching. And I was showing them niggas that it want that type of time. I'm one of them type of niggas too and shit. You feel me? And with that being said, man, it's just like imagine you in somebody else's hood, like, you know what I mean, and then they pressure you about something, and then for whatever reason they give you a pass if you clutching or not. But it's just like,
right,
okay, yeah, wookie wow woo. But then you go on a national platform and was like, yeah, nigga, I was out there in the wookie wow whoops. Nigga, them niggas thought I was a sucker, nigga, until I clutched on them niggas, and then I got myself up out of that situation. Now, if you go
you
back
that's
into that
target.
environment, if you go
Yeah.
back into that environment and niggas can't, you're on a national platform, if not worldwide, but I'm just saying, if you go
Hmm.
back to that environment, some niggas is like, oh, these niggas, this nigga think we pussy, nigga. Are you serious? That's how the nigga gonna tell the story? That's how it happened? Okay. So the next time we see this nigga, it's not we don't need to talk. There's no need to press no line. Like, you know what I
Man,
mean? Like, niggas up after that. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to just that energy, like, you know what I mean? It could be so many different situations, but there was another situation to where he was just like, niggas trying to try me. I'm from the streets. I'm from this. I'm from that. That's absolutely fine. Like, so say for instance, if his chick did drop the location, I don't drop my location to where I'm at, nigga. I'll wait till I'm gone,
right.
like, unless I'm live, and that's rare. Like, you know what I mean? But if it comes down to you belling around with jewelry, and in one of the known parts of LA, and you do not have security, for one, why are you putting yourself at risk? For two, why are you putting you and your girl at risk? Nigga, that's just like me going through the heart of Vegas. Like, I'll be going to certain spots and sometimes I'll be by myself. Like, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? So it's just like, and I know that the places that I go to be jumping and shit, right? But imagine me going there, jewelried up, ice down everything, no banger on me. Just now talked about niggas in this area, and I'm going out here with no security. Are you insane? Nigga,
Man,
and
but
then it wouldn't even have nothing to do with that. Just being in a spot to where nigga is jumping. Where's your security at? Where's your
yeah,
banger at? Some spots, nigga, I don't sit down and eat, nigga. I go pick my shit up and I'm up, nigga. Like, what
it's
are
time
we
to
doing?
go.
Nigga,
Yeah,
this ain't my city, nigga. Like, and I'm not gonna be, oh, them niggas, yeah, them niggas know about voodoo. No, nigga. I don't give a fuck what gangbang situations I've been in my life, which I've been in. I'm still not no ignorant dude to where nigga, I'm in the heart of they shit. Jewel down, no banger, no security. Are you that
man, man, look, when it comes to, and this is just me because I definitely hear what you're saying. Um, when it comes to industry niggas, and I'm not like you got like okay, you got like the niggas in your city who probably ain't really big like that. They ain't really jumping like that. They ain't really got no huge ass name. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Then you got like the mid level, the mid tier artists where they may be able to go on tour and shit, but they still not hit the mainstream shit. You know what I mean? Like, but
Right.
they kind of got a name for themselves. Then you got them industry niggas who's top top of the tier type shit. For some
Right.
reason, just me though, all the politics that they be on at that top tier level, bro.
Right.
I can't take none of that shit serious. I know that, I'm not saying that's just me though. This is me. You feel me? Like I don't take none of that. Like they Future talk about doing drugs. This nigga don't even do drugs.
You
Like
don't do that
niggas be
shit.
talking about all the street shit. I don't even know if half of them niggas really be on that type of time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And
Right.
just knowing the brother Fred, peace to the God, he said that insurance policy
Right.
they open on the artists is big business. I
Yeah.
think anytime when it comes to an industry, a huge top name type nigga, they can make it about some politics. They can make it about some street shit.
Anything.
But I can't. Like it's hard for me to really believe like it was nobody on the back end when it came to when you know what I'm saying when it came down to niggas who sliding up, who pulling triggers, like the whole nine, bro. They don't never
Right.
catch the niggas. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like it's I don't know, bro. That shit just be fishy for it to be just street shit, like just straight street shit politics, and ain't got nothing to do with the industry, they record label or you know what I'm saying? Like of course
Man.
they can make it look how they want it. It's Hollywood. It's
Yeah.
Hollywood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, but and
If
now,
you if
anybody else, if it was, you know what I'm saying, if it was like Mozzie or you know what I'm saying, like nigga Lavish D or you know what I'm saying, somebody else on that type of time, well,
yeah,
it's like, okay, I already know what them, you know what I'm saying, what type of
some
time
street
they've
shit.
been on, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
but
And
and
see
then
they you know the same, man. Dead artists, if you're mainstream, dead artists make more money than they make alive. Like, you know what I mean? So you're worth more to be dead than you are alive at this point. Like, you know what I mean? So on that type of time, hell yeah. But still, if we're looking at that situation like that, I need my
mm,
security, baby. I'm not even
yeah,
gonna go
yeah,
nowhere like
exactly,
that. Like
yeah,
street nigga or not, like, you know what I mean? I still would be like, not because, like, because his demeanor in terms of, outside of some industry shit, his demeanor, and I'm not saying that he wasn't like that, but his demeanor was like, nigga, I'm from there too, nigga. I'm one of them dudes too, like, you know what I mean? But
mm-hmm.
being one of them dudes, it don't always mean that you always have to be in that space.
That
Nigga,
don't, but
you know how many niggas with major pool got robbed in LA?
bruh, that it
Nigga,
just
let me say this real quick. They're doing robberies in Hollywood right now. They're going to Rodeo Drive and all this other shit and sticking up motherfuckers out there. They're doing smash and grabs in the jewelry district. Now let's look at this because I heard people talk about this and I hear rappers talk about this a lot. Mainly being like Filthy Rich and certain other people. They're saying
mhm.
like that EDD money then ran out, then PPP loans then ran out. So everything that a lot of people put their money towards, like say if you went and got a foreign, like nigga I'm up bands, nigga I'm gonna go get a foreign, like you know what I mean, or I'm up bands, I'm gonna go get this house, or I'm up bands, I'm gonna go live this lifestyle and everything that you was trying to do, it was working at that point in time, but that shit didn't dead it. Like, you know what I mean? So now what people don't realize, because I ain't came out and said it, but niggas is in a recession right now. Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So now niggas trying to maintain that same level of I got it, everything is gone. So now
Mhm.
niggas is hungry on that type of time. So what is niggas doing? Ain't no money in the hood. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say? So where are you going? That's why they going out to Rodeo Drive in Hollywood, and it ain't even cool for tourists to be out. Nigga, you better tourists gotta be nigga hand me down and shit. You understand me? So it's just like you can't even go to the quote unquote safe part of LA. Like, you know what I mean? So with that hunger, man, it's some people would say that it was set up by the government to give niggas all this money just so they could be used to it and then turn around and cut that shit off just to see how motherfuckers is. And I remember at the point in time when that shit had kicked in, a lot of people quit their jobs. Niggas wasn't even on no street shit. Niggas just was quitting their jobs. It was just like, you know what I mean? Woody Wop, shit was up,
Mm-hmm.
shit was split. At that point in time, I was just like, damn, nigga. And I kept working. I was just like, like that shit sound cool. Yeah, it's good. But,
Right.
if it worked in your favor, it worked in your favor. But I was just like, nah, we keep working this shit. Like, you know what I mean? But anyway, so for the people who, was out doing they Dougie and all the shit, they got used to living that lavish lifestyle. And it could be a possibility to where, like, hey, that shit is over now. What do we do? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, shit, niggas is hungry. So just to know, just to understand the street politics and what's going on in society for real, to be in the heart of LA. Jewel
Right.
Daddy. Maybe he had a banger, maybe he didn't. That wasn't disclosed. But for sure, this nigga did not have no security.
Like, bro, what's up with them niggas?
Come on,
Like,
man. Street
niggas
niggas
ain't
don't do that.
niggas ain't thinking. Like what? Like, and it's like niggas be on that. I could go anywhere without no security and nigga not be touched type shit. Like, I don't know what you think is
Yeah.
popping. You ever see that movie? Uh, the Mockingbird. Uh, is it the Mockingjay?
Oh, you talking about the Hunger Games?
The Hunger Games,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Remember when the uppity industry, whatever you feel me, niggas was
Yeah.
going into their towns, nigga, they had damn near a whole army with them. You feel me?
Squad, nigga.
They wasn't gonna just walk in there by themselves with all them, starving people who ain't got, what they got. They wasn't
Yeah.
doing that. That just don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. You could be like, oh, yep, nigga, I'm from Inglewood, nigga, born and raised in Inglewood. Well, nigga, once you make it to a whole different bracket of money, nigga,
Right.
you can go back to your home street and the whole shit. Just nigga, make sure you got somebody with you. Like that's the all. Why would you go and act like you're in the same place and predicament that you started off with when you was being raised and shit on that, on the block or whatever? Like, why
Right.
would you think that you still at that type of,
Right.
level dealing with them people who still in that same situation? That don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying?
See,
It's like niggas is gonna be looking at you like, hey, bro, this nigga got a little paper now, and he think he
right.
could just walk the streets and niggas ain't finna plot on him. Like, you're tripping, bro. I don't know what kind
Right.
of politics you niggas is on. Like,
And
but that
see,
just don't make no sense.
and that's the thing, like, and that's I guess to a certain degree when he was trying to say he one of them boys, it's just like because certain niggas can do that. You know, it just depends on who you are, what your record is, but you still got niggas around you, regardless to where you at. Like, you know what I
That's
mean?
what
You
I'm
still got
saying.
niggas around you or hitters in the cut or whatever. But it's just like when you think about um how it comes down to how people, you got that mentality because it's like when you make it big, right? The one thing that you don't want to do, and I think this is hard for artists who make it, and this is outside of rap. I'm just saying like anybody who make it out of the hood, period. I think that sometimes in order to be grounded or to stay grounded, you want to be able to go back to where you used to be at. You want to be able to go somewhere to where it's not Hollywood all the time, to where it's like not like a lot of fans. So you want to be able to go back, quote unquote, home to feel some type of sanity or some type of balance. Like you know what I mean? So uh,
Mm-hmm.
I think that sometimes when you get that certain level of fame and you're not able to do the things that you used to do, you kind of become a victim of that. Like you know what I mean? And it's just like, damn, my life will never be the same again. Even though your life is never be the same again on some dirt poor shit, but it's still like my life will
Right.
never be the same again. So I think that certain artists try to get that try to keep that same. I can still go here and just to be balanced. Like you know what I mean? Like look at dog situation. That nigga went to go get some cookies. Like that's the most regular shit ever. Like nigga, I'm
Yep.
gonna just go get some cookies. And it's regular, and it probably make you feel at home. Like when I go back to Sac, nigga, I'm the first thing I do when I get off that freeway, nigga, I'm getting off and I'm dipping down Valley High. Like you know what I mean? So it's just like it makes me feel like damn nigga, like this was it. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just be running
Yeah.
around this motherfucker struggling doing whatever. Now I can drive through this motherfucker and drop bit. Like nigga, it just balances me out. Like you know what I mean? So to become a prisoner, I didn't mean to say victim, I meant to say a prisoner of your success. What does that feel like? Fuck it, nigga. I'm finna go back to the house. I'm finna get back grounded. Like, you know what I mean? And I think that sometimes artists get caught up in that energy to where it's just like, okay, yeah, we could do that, but I still got to go back. And then what do you do when you go back? You still now this is where it get tricky. You still got to understand your position, even though you may not want to have security around you. Do the smart thing and have security around you. Even though you may not want to do this, do the smart thing.
Hey,
Like you said, like you ain't.
why you worried about? Why you worried about motherfuckers talking shit? Okay, you pull up with security, and then niggas, oh, he a pussy, or oh, that nigga pulled up to the hood with security. Okay, well, nigga, you could walk out that motherfucker though. Like,
That's
you know
a
what I'm saying?
fact.
Like, come on, bro. I don't know. Like, that's why, just when it comes to anybody Hollywood, like I said, I don't know PNB. I ain't never listened to none of his blogs or podcasts. If he had a talk show, I don't know what he about, how he talk, how he deal
Right.
with people, nothing. But just knowing the industry, it's like I can't. You know what I mean? Like I can't even. It's
Yeah.
hard for me to get into everything else that they got popping up as far as like, oh, he was wrapped in this or wrapped in that. Oh, his girlfriend said he loved all this shit. It's just like,
Yeah.
I don't
Talking
know, but I know he tied to Empire.
to
that's
Sorry,
all I, you know what I'm
industry.
saying? I'm looking at like, oh, yeah, he tied to Empire. Okay, yep. You know what I'm saying? I didn't seen everybody pretty much that signed to Empire out of here. Shit, within what? Young Dolph, between Young Dolph,
Yeah.
Draco the Ruler,
Yep.
uh, uh, PNB.
Yep. I
Shit,
think
that's been
Pop
it. Ain't,
Smoke, like they got a long ass. They deal with a lot of artists for real.
but I'm just saying, like within the past, I think it was
Oh, you said
like the
years.
past three.
Yeah.
Has been like shit. Within this past year, I think it was
Exactly.
Young Dolph, PNB, and Draco. All three. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Right.
like these niggas is doing policies every 3 months on these niggas.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's crazy, bruh.
I looked into that Draco shit. That nigga was really beefing. That nigga was hey, and not to say that it don't have nothing to do with anything, because if we're talking about that, if you have like just like how artists get what's the word that I'm looking for? Distorted and not distorted, but what word am I looking for? When you gotta pay niggas to come to their spot and shit. Um
Oh,
what the fuck
hey,
is the word that I'm looking for? It's
I
close
know
to
what you,
distorted.
it's
The
you
fuck is
talking
that shit?
about checking in.
Yeah, but not more checking in. Like you paying niggas to, you know what I mean, to be where you at. Like extortion, not distortion, extortion, right? So when you get
Mm-hmm.
extorted and shit, it could be the same thing. Just like these motherfuckers could put prices on niggas' heads. If we
That's
talking about on that type of time, I'm talking about the industry motherfuckers. Like nigga, they know that they finna get whatever publishing off this nigga. Like you know what I mean. So nigga, I tear you off 100,000 wow nigga to come to you know what I mean to come do the work.
bruh.
That
It's
100,000 wow for that I'm finna tear you off is finna make me millions. I tear that off easy. Like you know what I mean. And man, the game is nasty.
bruh. It's bruh. This shit too cold, bro. Just because it's like you don't know who dealing with who. You know what I'm saying? Like especially us, like the people on the outside, like we're only seeing what's through the screen. When they drop a
Right,
music video, they may say some slick shit about somebody. Other than that, we don't know what the fuck's happening behind that song. Like after the song is out, and you know what I'm saying, or the blog shows and shit. Like outside of all of the platforms that have a screen to project some shit to you, motherfuckers
right.
don't know what the fuck going on. Let alone if nigga, his security guard, nigga, could be nigga tied in with a whole record label. Like you don't know how this shit is
Fact.
orchestrated. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, yeah, they can say it's this, they can say it's that. Like, and it just made me think about uh, what's that nigga name? Orlando Brown. Like that
Yeah,
nigga been saying a whole bunch of shit, and he's still walking around like you know what I'm saying? Like he's
right.
still walking around exposing shit, and they just letting this nigga do what he do. You
Yeah,
know,
see, there it's crazy, like, because when it comes down to that part, right? Um, I think that there's certain motherfuckers who may be quote unquote whistleblowers, but we didn't already done the do. You already it's already a rap for you, so you can say whatever you want to say. You're already looking crazy right now, like you know what I mean. And this is to the public eye. Everything that he's that nigga's crazy, like you know what I mean, or that nigga's joking, or he's funny, or he's like you know what I mean. But really, that nigga's probably going through, and he probably saying the realest shit and been through the realest shit. But because it's already done, like you know what I mean. So the damage is already done. So what damage can you do? Like you know, the damage is done to you. We're in industry. Like you ain't
You ain't here yet.
your little mic is cool, but like you know what I mean. But nigga, they can shut that nigga down anytime he wants.
That's what I'm saying.
They can shut that nigga down, but he's already shut down. Like what is he doing for real? Like you know what I mean. I think that's how they look at it. Like you know what I mean. But it's just a cold game when you're dealing with certain shit, and it comes down like even if you don't want to have security, at least rock with somebody you know. And I hate to say it like that because even me where I'm at right now, like you know what I mean. I came up with a circle of solid niggas who I don't want to see go back to jail or don't want to see in a certain situation, like you know what I mean. So I'm one of the last to call my niggas like, hey, you know what I mean, like some shit in the pop or I didn't got into this shit or whatever. And I don't want to call my niggas because I know what time it's gonna be if niggas link up and then niggas really take it there, like you know what I mean. So it's just like, nah, like I want to see y'all niggas like you know what I mean thrive and shit. So, but it's still smart to have some type of security, like you know what I mean. If you're gonna be certain places, like you know what I mean, and that's just the safest thing to do. Like, and again, me, I wouldn't even put my female if I'm rolling with a female nigga. And I hate to say it like this because I remember going to LA and we went through a lot of the hoods in LA. We didn't go to the jungles or none of that shit, but we was mobbing through hoods. One of my first times out there as an adult on my own type of time, and I'm like, nigga, I want to see what this shit look like. And I'm talking about on the streets, on their streets, like you know what I mean. It was just like sometimes, you know, because sometimes you know you get that urge. Cause I like to see hood shit too, like you know what I mean. But there's certain places to where I know, well, you know, you ain't finna go. Just like I said, go to the jungle, no, because I know how the jungle works. It's a you one way in, one way out. Like you know what I mean. So there's certain places that I know I won't go. Like you know what I mean. But now, you know, it was just like I did it. It was fun. It was cool. Yeah, whatever. But hell no, there ain't no way I'm gonna be put in those situations to where it's just like, nah, I got my girl with me, and I'm jury down, and you know what I mean, and we're where we're at. Come on, bro, like just to not care about what your situation. You might be on that type of time, but your girl with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep her safe at all
Bringing
times.
her
Like,
into
you
the
know what I
whole
mean?
shit.
Keep her safe. But you know, but again, I just want to say, like, you know, it's kind of fucked up that she has that blame, but you know, everybody's a skeptic, so there's nothing wrong with that. But even if he say like he was on some street type of time and that's his girl, she already supposed to know if this is the scenario. She's already supposed to know not to give up the location until we leave. Like, you know what I mean? You ain't supposed to like, and any female that I roll with has to understand that. Like, we ain't dropping locations, nigga. Like, unless we in Timbuktu somewhere. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't got no beef out here in Wisconsin to get us up. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, it's just like, you know, there's certain rules, man, and there's again, just like I said, right now, LA is lit right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like how they moving out there is different. So you just gotta know how to move, man.
Yeah, that shit, it's all like that shit sad ultimately. You know, it's on a lot of different scales, it's sad, you know what I mean? And for me more so like it's sad just how, you know, I mean I mean I guess I gotta damn near go to that level to say, you know, like the understanding of the industry as an up and coming artist, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you gotta know like the types of people that you're dealing with in Hollywood. You know what I mean? Like if you don't know these record labels that you sign into, they track record, how they move, a lot of shit that a lot of people that they tied to within the record, like you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of little crevices that people don't be knowing about when it comes to the industry, be getting screwed over, like you said, on the 360 deals, on a lot of shit. And it's just sad that the brothers on the back end that come from nothing see that as like they only way out. Like, oh shit, I
Right,
got
right.
like damn. Oh, they offering me 3 million. To them, that's probably like them niggas like yeah, offer them 3 million. I bet you he ain't finna turn that shit down. You know what I'm saying? But then they got a whole bunch of stuff in the contract that they not paying attention to, or they may not know what it really means. You know what I mean? When they read that shit or something. You know what I mean? Just
Exactly.
having all of their affairs really in order and shit. Let
Right.
alone all the shit that come with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and just knowing this whole industry and just seeing how they be doing certain people. Like, it seemed like anybody, whether you had your copyrights to your music or not, they trying to keep all that shit. Dealing
They
with
want everything.
Prince, Michael Jackson, like them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's trying to get their records back, they like nah.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying? Like y'all
exactly.
taking money from the empire in a sense. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
Right.
like it's sad that we continue to support shit like this. It's sad motherfuckers is continuing to listen to you know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. People gonna do what they do based off of where they at and shit. But all that the whole goddamn entertainment industry is just sad.
Yeah, see, and the crazy thing about it is that, you know, they opened up a platform, right? And I'm talking about through streams. Only thing you gotta do, you can independently do anything that you want to do.
That's a
Where's the
fact.
overhead?
That's a
Where's
fact.
the person who's looking at the shit? So that's like what I'm saying. I would encourage anybody to put in that work. The platform is there. Put in the work. That's the only
Yeah.
thing you gotta do for real. And I'm not like, and this is there's certain people, you do get a buzz and they do pick you up, and then you get that option to either stay independent or go mainstream. Like, you know what I mean? But just know
Mm-hmm.
when you sign that shit, like nigga, the ball is in their court. Like, you know what I mean? Depending on what type of situation you worked out. But if you just independent, you put your streams up, you happy with making music, and you got other streams of income on your own type of time, then nigga, it's up. Just be happy with how you doing it. But if you want that, if
Exactly.
you want that that big bag and that big thing, just understand that it's gonna come with some type of sacrifice depending on how you move and the type of person that you are. Like, you know what I mean? So it just depends on how you
Mm-hmm.
move. But again, shout out to his family though, man. Shout out to everybody who's surrounding that personally and shit. But again, I just feel like, his girl's getting a lot of slack and she could be traumatized about this shit. Like saying all these rumors about her is not true. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean? She could be
Mm-hmm.
traumatized about the shit. Like, you know what I mean? Because the internet don't sleep. So they're like, yeah, that bitch, what you set him up
Well,
for?
it's true. It's true and not true by default, because motherfucker,
Right,
you did post the location.
right,
Nigga.
right.
Ultimately, you know what I'm saying? Like anybody could have been on her shit watching it. You know what I mean? Like,
That's a fact.
so it's
But
like
see,
even if you didn't want to actually set him up, that's what you did. You know what I'm saying?
right. And see, but that would still fall back on him because if he had security, you could drop the location. Like, nigga, drop that motherfucker. I got security. Bitch is up. we
Yeah.
got bands in this bitch. Like, you know what I mean? So
But I'm saying
it's
like, okay, but she didn't. She there, like you know what I'm saying? Like she
right,
sees that this nigga don't got no security. Why would you drop the low? You know what I mean?
right. And that's what I'm saying. He should have on some if he's as street as he said, he should have had her ass in check, like, hey, don't drop none of that shit. Don't
Yeah,
do it.
you
Put
should
your
be
phone
like,
down. What we doing right now?
oh, it
And
just it
again,
make it
like
sus. It make it sus.
yeah, it do, and it kind of do, man. And again, I hopefully that's not the case, but
I mean, how you
we can
should,
pray.
I don't know, man. Motherfuckers be doing shit for a chop of change. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's a fact.
you don't know who you really dealing with in that industry. Ultimately, hey, yeah, no, peace to the chat. I see they going crazy
Yeah,
in
the chat
there.
is kind of lit right now. She said,
Right, for real.
hold on, let me throw that up real quick.
All right.
Hey, that's hella funny though, and that's truly what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes, less is more. Like
All right, chill the
we
fuck out.
laughing, but we're just making a lot of the situation, but it's true. It's just like, sometimes everything is not, meant to go on the net. Like, you know what I mean? Show that shit when we get back to the house. Like I know
That's a
somebody, I
fact.
know I was at a barbecue spot out here and shit. And it's a spot that I'm starting to frequent and shit. Like, you know what I mean? And somebody's like, "Oh, you should get a hot link." Like, man, I'm already at the motherfucking house. Like,
Yeah,
that I'm
right.
now, but I'm already at the house, and that plate is damn near devoured. Like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's already done. But good look. I'll probably try that next time when I go. Yeah, that's gonna be up next time. But I'm already up.
Yeah, you post it on the way out. You know what I mean? If you feel like you even want to post it, like I don't understand that from my perspective. Like, why are we posting locations? It's a like you said, it's a clout thing. It's a look at me. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
I'm gonna post a lake or a river. You ain't gonna know where I'm at though. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Like, nigga, the river long. And yeah, I'm at the American River. Well, nigga, what part? Like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna find me, nigga.
That
You
motherfucker
gonna have to
stretched
try
a
to
long way.
identify the tree. You see that big tree that kind of looked like the tree in the background where that nigga was at? Like, nah, bro, it's not going down. You know what I'm saying? So,
So fact.
hey, certain people just move differently. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? If you know, type shit.
Exactly. We got cousin in the building, shaped pretty on purpose.
I
Brown, popping, cousin. He
Hey,
said,
we gotta.
hold on, what did you say? He said, I'm sure that's not the first time they've gone out to eat. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah,
Um, and you know,
like I
that's
said,
that's
7 days later.
it's kind of sad, man. Like, that you can't even really, enjoy yourself. But really, um, I think it's like a 50-50 with me. Sometimes I don't even share my food or what I'm eating and shit where the fuck I'm at. I probably would take a picture, but I'd be like, man, I'll be so focused on eat my shit that I don't even get an
I
opportunity
know, me too.
to
Right.
fucking share my shit.
I got
Like,
time to
hold on,
be
nigga, my
sitting there.
bad.
As soon as they come out, I'm ready to eat. You know what I'm saying?
Right. See an empty plate around that motherfucker, some partial shit. But yeah, but
What's
it's,
up with this? I didn't mean to switch it up like that.
oh no,
Too
you good,
crazy.
you good.
But I've been seeing. I see we got Divine in the building. Peace to Divine. I've been seeing just this past week. Uh, Especially on Instagram, like just going through my stories and shit. This whole kids thing, bro. Like people with kids versus people that don't have kids when it comes to dating.
Woo! Yes, yes,
I've been
yes.
seeing that. Like I don't know. It's funny though. It's like when we be hitting certain topics and we be seeing that shit throughout the whole week. You know what I'm saying? Like prior to the actual show,
Right.
on a scale that's damn near why we be creating the show. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like the
yeah,
titles and shit. So
definitely.
but yeah, nah, I've been seeing that a lot, and I'm just like, what's up with that? Like, what's up with the
Me,
kid?
I used to have that mentality like a motherfucker. Like, nigga,
Yeah,
I'm not dealing with nobody. You got kids? Sorry, like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, but in my own right, because at a young age, man, because there, I forgot what type of conversation I was in, but they was, and I think it was a celebrity. They were saying like this nigga was a fucking stepdad at 16. This nigga ain't even got an opportunity to live his life, and he's already a goddamn stepdad. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just
mm,
like, at what point in time do you be like, hey, everything is Gucci and shit, but nigga, I don't even know how to fuck properly yet, and you want me to be a dad to your kid? Are you crazy? Where that
yeah.
other nigga at? Like, and I hate to say it like that, but it's just like, like, at a young age, this shit is bananas. But then when it comes down to, hey, you ever but when it comes down to, as I got older, it's just like, you know what I mean? You may meet somebody and they may have all the what you're looking for at that time. And I'm gonna say at that time, just like that. They may have everything that you're looking for that attracts you to them. So do you stop yourself right there by saying, damn, you got everything, but you got kids, so you're not for me? Or do you say you got everything for me and I'm gonna go ahead and rock out? How many kids you got? Two? And with that nigga Captain Save a whole thing, this nigga said, I mean, hey.
She could go ham.
But nah, it's that's a preference, man. And I told you the story with the chick, right?
What? What you talking about?
Oh, well, let me say it for whoever's in the chat and shit. So, when I was at work and shit,
Oh.
and and I was working at AutoZone at the time. For the people who know, I used to work at AutoZone, and there was a chick who had came in who I used to go to school with, and she was bad back then and shit. So I was just like, God damn, like, you know what I mean? She up in this motherfucking shit. I ain't seen her since high school. Cheerleader all the shit. And so, but she was showing me crazy energy, and I'm like, oh, I know I'm finna get him. So it's up, boom, come to my line and shit, boom. It's during the wintertime and shit. The rainy season just now hit. Boom, get some windshield wipers. Boom. Can you help me put these on? Sure, I can. Of course, I can. What's popping? Just let me ring out the rest of these people when it's up. Line dumbass long because the rain season just now hit. Everybody trying to get windshield wipers. So by the time I get outside, a customer is already helping her putting on the wipers and shit. I'm like, oh shit. But you know how that shit go. Niggas be trying to pop their pin shit. But anyway, so she still pushed up. She was like, hey, Wooty Wow Woo, you sing? I'm like, yup. And I was like, you singing too? She was like, yeah. And she had a little boy with her and shit, right? And so, I wasn't too much paying attention to that because I'm not even focused on that. I'm just trying to see where it's at. You know what I mean? Because we was eye fucking each other kind of like the whole time. So she was like, you got kids. And I was like, confidently, with my chest out, because I see her with a little boy, chest out and everything. Like, yeah, I got a son, right? And by mine, I'm thinking like, yeah, they could do play dates and all the other shit. Everything is up, niggas Gucci. Nigga, she backslid. She was like, what? She was like, nah. And then she was like, I'm not trying to deal with nobody with kids. And my mind immediately went to little man who she was with. And then without me saying anything, I just kind of looked towards little homie. And then she caught it. She was like, nope, that's not my kid. What do I said,
Hit you with the
okay.
window.
That's some cold shit. That was a set. I feel like I was set up. Was I a victim in that situation?
Hell yeah, she was. Why you rolling around with that? Why you rolling around with him trying to holler
Yeah.
and shit?
Trying to look for single dudes and shit without kids. Like, what the fuck is that? If you got a kid with you, what does that make me think? I think even if I didn't have a kid, I'd be like, no, but I love him. No, I would have said something to cater because I hey, but on some real type of time, she was like real on. She stood on her shit. She was just like, nah, bro. Like I'm not. I don't fuck with dudes who got kids. And I think in that situation, I think especially when we get older, I think I was like in my dubs at that time, and it's just like certain people want to either start a family and have their own kids, like you know what I mean, which is absolutely fine. You don't really want to deal with somebody because then you got to deal with sometimes baby mama drama, baby daddy drama, shit like that. So it's just like I don't want to deal with none of that. If I'm gonna deal with you, let's have our foundation on how we gonna build, and then we could build from there, and then maybe in the future have our own kids. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So for me
All right,
personally, I can see both sides.
so flip the script then and say, what about the women or men that have kids looking for somebody that don't have kids but you got kids?
See,
Or shit, looking for somebody with kids ain't really the same kind of like shit. But if you looking for somebody that don't have kids and you have
and you got
kids,
kids.
is
What kind of
that
slave deal is
yeah,
that?
that's what I'm about to say. That's a reach, huh? That's a reach like a motherfucker. Like, I mean, you may find somebody, but
Yeah, see, and
how would that work? How would that look?
what does it look like?
Yeah,
See,
what
I
does
wish
that look
I wish
like?
the homie Twan was on here because that's his stance on some real type of time, and he'll come on here and he'll say that shit with a straight face. Like, I don't want a woman with kids. Well, don't you got kids? Yep. And then you'll look at him, he'll look at you.
Now,
Y'all
do
just
you
look
think
at
do
each
you think that there's a difference between women having that in that same scenario, the women that have kids or the men that have kids that's looking for the opposite that don't have kids? Do you think that there's a I don't even know what to call that, like a status, like the men that have kids that look for a female that don't have kids has a better chance of getting that than a female with kids that's
female
looking
and
for a man?
That's
We need
tough.
hey, we need some answers in the
Hey,
chat or
on my
something. If y'all
life,
want
hey,
to
you
jump
just took
in.
the words out of my mouth. Hey, yeah, we gotta have somebody tap in on that one.
Let me know if I'll
That's
send a
that's a
link.
great question. Yeah, now the link is out for anybody who's on a Facebook who want to tap in. That shit.
Okay, right here. I have kids,
Oh,
but
that's
I
crazy.
wouldn't want to date anyone with kids. Why is that?
Why is that? Cause
What?
your kids is enough kids for both of y'all.
They have something to do if the partner had kids too. You know what I'm saying? Then they could go off and do their own thing and kind of leave you and your significant other to yourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Versus like now you would be bringing in a man to I don't even want to say like take care of the kids because I'm not I can't put that assumption on you to say like oh yeah you looking for a man to take care of my kids like no, I don't even you know what I'm saying but just I guess just being
Hey,
in
that's
a sense
jealousy.
but that's what I'm saying like how can you how does that look if like okay y'all not living together I can understand that but if it got serious enough to the point where now he moving in nigga you gonna have to deal with them
That's your
kids
kids.
you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying
And see, that's the crazy. Who's Facebook user?
I know huh who the hell is that
Who is Facebook user?
do we have a hacker in this motherfucker right now
It's an anonymous tip.
I have kids and I don't mind it but I love children the more the merrier
More the merrier.
okay
Okay.
okay okay
All
so
right. See,
either
so
way then it's solid huh
yeah, that sounds like some Brady Bunch shit. Like you got your three, I got my three is up. Like
She
you know what I mean?
says saying either a sterile man or the other parent of the children gotta be whoa, wait a second. Wait, so you saying wait, hold on. So let me get this straight.
Hold on, wait. Let me read that. Hold on, wait. Because I was all in the chat and shit. Same, either a sterile man. Golly, what?
So you're
Sterile?
saying you're looking for a sterile man that
Dead?
don't
Gotta
have
be
no
dead?
children or the parent of their children gotta wait, what are you talking about? So you
He
saying
said there's
the
no
baby
attachments
mama
that come with the kids.
like the baby mom would have to be gone?
Damn.
I'm
Hey,
trying
that,
to figure
hey,
that. I'm trying to figure that whole shit out. I'm trying to figure or the other parent of their child got to be why?
and see, because it becomes so bad.
Why would the baby mom of the other child have to be dead for you to mess with them?
No baby mama drama. That's what I was saying earlier. No baby mama drama. Some people don't like to deal with that shit.
But you can have baby daddy problems and shit to have a nigga dealing with that. That don't make no sense. Both of the parents on both sides gonna have to be dead and gone. Ain't no way my nigga got it. Like, oh yep, yeah, she done passed away, and your dude still coming to the house making McDonald's drops and all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Type of shit.
that don't make no sense.
Let me say this to that, right? I was dealing with she said they feel entitled, and that's a fact. And I was dealing with a chick who had a kid and shit, and her son and my son was the same age. They was little tiny Tims. And her kid's dad didn't stay too far. Like, you know what I mean? So it was just like, okay, yeah, it's up. But then she used to be like, well, you should be Woody Wow because I'm like, who the fuck are you talking to? Like, you know what I mean? In terms of what she felt like as me and her in a relationship should do for the kid. I'm like, nigga, you don't even put that pressure on his dad. Like, you know what I mean? So what are we talking about for real? Like, you know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
when it comes down to that type of situation, and just like what she just said, and I have to say, Empress Divine, I kind of felt you on that. Before you ask me to do any of those things that this nigga should be doing, that nigga better be out of here. Hey,
I
dead
see.
ass serious though. Because why are you putting this shit on me heavy because we're together? that makes zero sense. Nigga, put that shit. And I hate to say it like that because I fuck with kids. Like, you know what I mean? Mine's are not. Like, I fuck with kids. But when it comes down to what I should be doing just because we fucking or just because we standing, no, nigga, that's not how that works. Like, am I supposed to alleviate this nigga from his goddamn duties all because we fucking? That makes no sense. So in a sense, yes, that nigga gotta be the fuck out of there. If you want me to do all that extra shit, I gotta know that this nigga is not breathing. Not down the street. This nigga.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I was like,
fuck this nigga off right now, nigga. Don't be fucked up.
Look, because she said, okay, Facebook user. I don't know who. Like,
Facebook user, can we get a name? Can we get
Facebook? I don't know.
Alias? Is that somebody on my shit?
It gotta be.
Oh, okay. Let me.
But it said.
Okay. I know. Why are you popping up as Facebook user? That's Mandy. You told me it's gonna tap in. I appreciate you for tapping in.
Okay.
Yeah, I know who that is.
I'm living proof. I got along with my baby dad's girlfriend until she mistreated my kids. And see, it be that right there. Like, y'all be alive, and it be one crazy thing that happened. The kids come back and tell you, because you still, and that's, bruh, like, and that's what's be so crazy, because it's like, I get it, like, maybe, you and baby dad just didn't work. Y'all can't get the shit to work, you know what I'm saying? Right. So y'all co-parent. But as soon as you bring somebody else into that twosome, it becomes a threesome. And I don't understand, like, that's where I be like, I don't understand. Like, okay, wait, so you got your new dude at the house, and the old dudes, he just tapped in like, hey, I'm about to come drop off some new clothes and some other shit for my son.
Right.
Like, I guess it could be cool, you know what I'm saying, depending on the situation, but depending on the type of dude you're dealing with, it'd be like.
See, and that's what I mean. Like, in a situation, just prior to the fuck shit,
it's either the kids is involved, or it's like, nigga, you got blinders when you go over there when it comes to the kids. You know what I'm saying?
And like, I don't even see these little niggas. I fuck with kids, so it's kind of hard not to. Like, you know what I mean? So I remember telling the dude, I'm like, hey man, when you just tie your shoes, make sure your pants ain't sagging. All the shit that I feel like I'm supposed to tell young men, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, it wasn't just him. It was everybody that was in the neighborhood. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, that's what I do. Like, I don't have a problem with. And if you, for whatever reason, get in your feelings and you feel like, well, you ain't supposed to tell me that, or who the fuck you is, nigga, what? Go get your parents. Like, you know what I mean? Go get your dad, go get your mom, whoever. And if they have a problem with me trying to tell you to do some civilized shit, we can fight about it, or I can make it make sense to them. And if they have a problem with it, already know that they don't even have the sense to do it. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, nigga, so I'm always like in that type of time, it's just like, nigga, so if you tell what we're gonna do, we're gonna fight about me trying to do some proper shit, that don't even make sense. And that's why I'm gonna fight. Like, you know what I mean? But when it comes down to just being there, because it's just like, nigga, sometimes kids don't get that from their parents. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, a lot of the times, he even pulled me to the side as he got older. Like, you know what I mean? I wasn't even talking to his mom at the time. We're just like, yeah, how you think I should move? And I'm still dropping jewels, like, you know what I mean? But I remember there was some point in time to where I had said something to him. I guess his dad didn't like the way I said it. I'm like, nigga, I don't give a fuck what I said or how I said it, nigga. I said it. But it was game type of shit. Like, if you got a problem with it, nigga, then you do the shit. You understand what I'm trying to say? So it's just like, nigga, so I don't. There's no cap in my rap. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, nigga, when it comes down to that, I'm gonna let you.
How did that work?
You still this nigga dad. Don't get this shit twisted. I'm not trying to overstep no boundaries, but if he's in my face and I see certain shit, when I'm just like you said, what I'm supposed to do with the blinders, am I supposed to not? Am I supposed to ignore the shit? Like, you know what I mean? That's never been me. Like, if I see something, if I can help a situation, I'm gonna do that. But now I can only suggest something. I didn't put no force into it. I'm only suggesting it. I didn't say, hey, do this shit, I'm gonna beat you. I didn't say that. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, hey, can you, do this? Like, you know what I mean? I'm talking to you on some type of I'm just dropping jewels. Like you can choose to do it or not. Like you know what
Right.
I mean? But yeah, I'm glad your dad did come. Now, nigga, let's talk. Like you know what I
But
mean? So
how do you feel about that? Like on some discipline type shit, you know what I mean? Like you there and they get to tripping and
well, yeah,
like
well,
you know what I'm
I was
saying?
gonna say with that situation, and it was hella funny because how he pulled up. I was actually going outside to my car to go do something and shit, right? So when
Mm-hmm.
I went to my car, I seen him pull up, and I seen him pull up with somebody else, and then he
Mm-hmm.
came because I was in the projects, so he came into the back door, and then I guess he had whoever come through the front door. Not no, I'm like nigga, and me, I just see certain shit, and I'm just like, oh, okay, we on that type of time, like you know what I mean?
Right,
But
right.
so he didn't come into the house like we was like woody wow woo. So we stepped outside, and I'm just like nigga, and I'm because I'm who I am, like you know what I mean. I'm like nigga, I know, I don't know I didn't even know what he was coming to talk about, but I'm just like nigga, whatever is up because I know I don't do fuck shit, like you know what I mean. So it's just like,
Yeah.
what can you possibly want to talk about, like you know what I mean? Unless of course it has to do with your son, like okay, yeah, it's up, like you know what I mean. But how we try to assess the situation. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now I got to see what his temperature is because if he feel like I did anything that was in violation, nigga, we gonna fight. Like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna have to take off. Like, you know what I mean? But I was able to, assess the situation. Like, hey, this is what it was. This is who I am. And if you don't, I didn't say like if you don't like, but I was just like, certain people can't handle that type of situation. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, but if you're a father, then you understand manly shit. Like, you know what I mean? If you're a father, not just a dad, if you're a father, you understand man shit. So if you see what I'm trying to do, nigga, it wasn't no on that type of time. And then when he understood that, it's just like, okay, yeah. But I still didn't like how niggas came one through one door, one through the other door. It's like, nigga, because my spidey senses is up. Now anything you say is
Yeah,
subject to
exactly.
be taken that type of way, and it's gonna be up when it really was no problem from the gate. So it just depends on who you're dealing with. But
Right, right.
at the same time, just dealing with just trying to deal with other people's kids. I get it. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's just like, well, what are you teaching them? What do you all whoop? Like, you know what I mean? Or what's going on
Yeah.
and how does this work? And you know what I mean? So it's just like I get it, but it just depends on, who you are as a person and the rules or the lessons that you already instill into your kids. That way, I don't even have to if they're where they need to be at, I don't have to say anything.
Well, you got the people
Straight
that's
up.
like, you teaching my son or daughter this in the way that you teaching it. You know what I'm saying? Like just the fact that like or just how you may be disciplining their child versus the way that they would do it makes it a problem. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. That's my cousin just now. She said, "My baby comes telling me anything. I'm pulling up."
That's what I'm saying. Like it could be something small. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, he just tried to put me in timeout. Like timeout, we don't do timeouts. Like you know what I'm saying? Just right
Right.
there off the rip, that could be a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
Right.
let alone like whooping the child that's not yours. You know what I'm saying?
And
But
see,
like,
and that's crazy. That's when everybody has to be. I'm not everybody, but the adults have to be adults.
and
And this
that's
is
what I said, bro. It ain't even a. It's no longer a relationship between you and just one person. Like, no, now you got to
exactly
incorporate the parents. Period. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Like, I mean, the new people coming in, like, you got to incorporate them with the originals. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hell yeah.
and that's where it could be kind of like, I got to go and talk to this nigga. I got to go and talk to
Right.
her. You know what I'm saying? And maybe a whole bunch of little snotty shit in the background happening. Like, and that's where you get all that toxic shit coming from. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's. I remember I went through that a stage. It was a small little slight of stages when me and my son's mom separated. My son was only 2. Like, you know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
so um I think I remember telling her just like, hey, do not have no fuck niggas around my son, period. Like, you know what I mean? I remember it wasn't even I was gonna say I remember having that conversation. It wasn't even a conversation. It was a statement like, hey, nah, bro, that shit ain't popping. Like, you know what I mean? Cause motherfuckers is weird. Like, you know what I mean? And when I said it, I was saying it from, from a humble place and shit. Like, I wasn't trying to be. I don't care what you do. Don't get that part twisted, but just don't have my son around nobody who's, you know what I mean? Just don't do that. Like, you know what I mean? On that type of time. And then later I kind of like retracted my statement. I was just like, because first I told her, don't have nobody, and then it went from that to, hey, just watch who you have around my son and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Because
Right, right.
I'm not trying to change your judgment, but at the same time, it's just like I don't trust a lot of motherfuckers, especially around kids. So it's just like, nah, like, you know what I mean? And I don't want to have to, come do some shit. But if
Right,
it has
right.
to happen, it has to happen. But then, like, then I started because we separated shit, so I got my own spot. So shit used to go up, like, you know what I mean? And I got motherfuckers around my son, but it just like, I had to understand the position, like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it was just like, okay, I get it, but still, like, I still watched who I had around my son and shit too, like, you know what I mean? So it's all about judgment at the end of the day. But that try parenting, and when I say try, I just mean 3 people or even 4 people, like, you know what I mean? For the people who's in a situation, they got a kid, they got somebody that's married, like, to, you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
it's just like, again, everybody has to be has to have that understanding and has to be an adult. And
That part, that part.
sometimes you don't get that though, because sometimes you get people that still in their feelings about
They
certain
not
shit.
ready. They not ready.
Sometimes their situation may look better than you and your spouse situation. So the only leverage you got is a kid and shit. So you nitpicking shit about so, like, it
Right,
can go
yeah.
so many different ways. Shit is crazy.
Maturity, like you said, like
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing, because you at that point, hopefully, you would be over all of that different childish shit.
that's a
Um,
great question.
yeah, she asked a great question. So, will you continue to date someone if your child mentioned that they don't like that other person?
Um,
And
that's
I mean, like,
let me say
hey,
this. All right, you go ahead first. Let me, yeah.
well, I was just gonna throw in, some clarity as far as like, does it matter if the child is hella young versus like older when they say this? Because like the young
But
child's, you can be like, "Hey, go in timeout," and nigga, all of a sudden, I don't like this nigga no more. You know what I'm saying? Like he done fucked up everything. You know what I mean? That's just because of where he at mentally and stuff. But like, if they old enough to be like, "Hey, nah, this nigga done, he on some bullshit," like, you know what I'm saying? You could really take that shit in. Because I
right.
know certain kids, they'll just say, over a little timeout, "I hate you," like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they'll try to trash you. You know what I'm saying?
And see, let me incorporate this too.
She said
Some
older.
sometimes when it comes down to kids, right? If you, depending on how long you were with there's with your spouse before you guys separated, who don't want to see their parents together, like, that's a beautiful
Yeah,
situation, like, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
they could just have that, just, you're not my dad or you're not my mom, so naturally I don't give a fuck about you,
yeah. Right, right.
period, like, you know what I mean? And so, and that's at any age. Like, you know what I mean? I know she just now said older, but younger or older, they could have that disdain. Like, motherfucker,
Yeah.
you broke up my family. Like, you know what
Right,
I
right,
mean?
right,
So
right.
what's the situation with this? So it can go a lot of different ways. I know me personally, with my son's mom, there was a lot of times to where she naturally, I don't think she was going to like anybody who I dealt with outside of her. Like, you know what I mean? So when it come down to that, it was just like, I know that there were certain times, and I could be absolutely wrong, but I know that there's certain times to where she didn't like, the person who I was dealing with for no reason other than they was dealing with me, and then that spilled into probably some behind the scenes shit to where it's just like, well, if I don't like her, you can't like her, like, you know what I mean? And kids pick up on that, and it's just like, well, yeah, no, that's my parents, so I'm rocking with my parents. So if my mom or dad don't like this person, then naturally I don't like them, like, you know what I mean? And there could be nothing. So to answer that question, when it comes down to that, there has to be that communication between you and your child, to where you really get to see, just like what Self was saying, like, it was just some time out shit, like, well, what's the situation? Because you still, if the communication is there, you still monitoring their interactions and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Outside of what everybody's doing, they still
Mhm.
have to have their own situation and relationship. So when it comes down to that, if you smart, you're gonna monitor how they act, how they interact, and you like you know how their energies work or don't work with each other, and then you're able to assess the situation just like that. If it's something to where you know it's not going to be beneficial and for both of y'all in the long run, son, I don't like that bitch either. Let's go. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like
Yeah.
that type of time. But if it's just like the shit is working for me, but it ain't working for him, then we have that round table discussion. Like, you know what I mean? Then it's just like, okay, so what's going on and how can we make this shit better? If it don't
Mhm.
work, it don't work. Like, you know what I mean? But
But
it's kind of
shit.
it's kind of it's kind of a hard situation to uh because like it's too many variations of how it can or
Yeah,
cannot work.
exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? To even pinpoint if you stay or if you go or if you do whatever. But of course, if it's going to work for you, then it works. Then you stay. If it don't work for you, and then when I say you, I mean for the whole situation. Then you know, then if it don't work, then you just leave that situation for sure.
Yeah, that's a fact. And two, going back to that same question, um, just to like flip the script on what you said, Woon, as far as um, them dealing with the kids. Some of these parents, whether the kid like them or not, will still choose the nigga or the female over what the kids is mentioning.
Right.
So like it's seeming more and more so like, okay, you have to be at a certain level mentally when it comes to even entertaining the idea of doing something like that, finding a new partner. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
that whole aspect is crazy just because it's like you have a whole try, or if it's you got two kids, whatever, and now you're trying to incorporate somebody else in that structure, even though you're not living in the same house as far as the mom and the dad, but if the dad or the mom is still a part of the children's life, and you have another partner in this in this whole house, it's like shit got to work copaesthetically. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it gotta flow. If it's not gonna flow, that's when you start seeing a lot of these situations we have now, where it's toxic baby moms, toxic baby dads, and everybody fighting over just little ass shit, just bringing buying a pair of shoes for the kids, or bringing something over for the kids, if it's your kid or if it's not your kid. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. See, that's the part to where it's just like um, well, let me say this because I didn't put in this part, but in the situation that I was talking about, um, there was times to where I was I got the boy's dad's number, like, hey, you got to keep this level of communication. Hey, he going through A through Z. I'm not in a position to do this. So I'm gonna let you deal with that, and this is what he got popping, like, you know what I mean. So it just depends, man. I'm not insecure when it comes to deal with, like, other men like this dealing with like their kids. It's like, this is your kid, like, you know what I mean. So however you want to assess this, it's up. In fact, I'm glad that we can have this type of uh, um relationship. I want to say, in a way to where it's just like I can hit you up and say, hey, such and such is going on. I don't know if you want to talk to him about this. Go ahead and get that shit popping, like, you know what I mean. So that level of communication is just like hell yeah. But then again, like, some people don't want to do that, but then they also want to be the parent. And this is both men and women. They don't want to be the parent, but they want to be the parent. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, if you in that type of situation, I advise you to exit stage left
because it's
Jimmy
gonna be a problem. Yeah,
immediately.
it's
Like, you know
gonna
what I
be a
mean?
problem.
For sure. This nigga probably got the keys to the house, nigga, and every time you leave, that nigga up in that motherfucker. Not doing the goddamn thing, but running up the bill that you finna pay.
Now, what if like would there be a problem with you
Yeah.
dating a man, like, if the female has kids and you're dating a man that don't have kids? Would it be a problem if he didn't really, like I said, he threw them blinders up and was like, "Yep, nigga, they ain't my kids," type shit? Like, is that wrong for for that person to do that?
Oh, are you asking me or are you asking the chat?
No, I'm asking shit everybody, but
So you said,
but
hold on, wait, because I thought you was responding to somebody. I'm sorry. So you said, is it
uh,
wrong for a person to throw up the blinders?
yeah.
Hell nah. Because hey, sometimes to be safe is to be safe, and I think that,
On the man's behalf, but from the woman perspective, do you think that she would want some help from that nigga?
and that's what I was just about to say. Now, because you could throw in the blinders, you could throw, excuse me, you could throw in the blinders and shit, right?
hmm
You throw the motherfuckers on, and then that conversation is going to be had, especially if she dealing with a dude that ain't really getting no support from her son's dad anyway. Like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that
right, right,
conversation is gonna come up like, hey, and depending on how they approach the situation, you know what I mean? That's how you're gonna choose to move. Oh, that's what's happening. Oh, okay. Well, let
right.
me see what's popping type shit. Like, you know what I mean? But that may be the safest way to play. But still, that situation, if y'all are staying in the same spot, that might be different because you may be damn near obligated to do it.
Right. She said it's highly impractical. That's like the McDonald's dude.
I was just gonna bring that up. Like, yeah, so it's just like, you know what I mean? Like, what you gonna do?
She said, "Help me, nigga." Right, right. Yeah, no, that's facts.
Yeah, see, and when it comes down to that, um, it's kind of crazy, man, because you know, dealing because you gotta understand, man, you're not dealing with your kid. So,
That's the only
so
thing, ultimately.
imagine you got a kid, right? Or even don't got a kid, and you get that green light to go balls to the wall. And they be like, hey, I didn't say kill the little nigga, calm down.
Yeah, see, yeah.
So now you got a regulation on what you can and cannot do when dealing with somebody else's kid.
That's
Like, you know
like
what I mean?
that's why that's why Divine said the other baby mama gotta be
Gotta
dead.
be dead. I bet when she said it, it may sound fucked up, but I feel
uh,
that shit for real.
yeah, because then it's like, hey, it's only me. Like you can't go back running to nobody. Nigga, like
Right.
gonna go tell her auntie or something. You know what I'm saying? The mama's sister or something. But other than
Right.
that,
Well,
like,
big mama nigga. Other than that,
right,
I'm that nigga, right? You know what I mean? So
yeah. But
that's
then if it's on that type of scale, then it's just like you gotta be careful to not be one of those parents where it's like, okay, you just say you give the green light to a nigga, and then all of a sudden y'all don't work out, and then you know what I'm saying? You find somebody,
yeah.
and you start going through that little cycle because the kid's gonna pick up on that and be like, all right, I just gotta fuck mom, like nigga, she just, you know
Right,
what I'm saying?
exactly.
She ain't on that type of time.
Right. And it's, it could be so many different situations, like, and that's why age is important. That's why, it's a lot of things that come into practice with that.
Yeah.
You said parents with stipulations. I can't see, and that's the thing. Like, you know what I mean? Let me bring that up real quick. With that, what do you do? That's what I'm saying. Like, what? And
Yeah.
sometimes you don't even know that there's stipulations until
You
they
do
give you
something.
that green light, and then you be like, okay, well, I got the green light. Okay, yeah, what's up? But you can't do that. Like, why'd you do that, motherfucker? You gave me the green light. To me, why I
Mm-hmm.
do that? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like,
Mm-hmm.
um, I haven't been in that situation to where, because even with my own son, my level of communication with my son is to talk, 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 talk all day. Like, you know what I mean? I only with my son one time. So of course I'm not going to approach nobody else's kid with that mentality, but
Right.
talk. But if we can't talk it out, you know,
It's that's it.
if we can't talk it out, I'm putting them blinders right back on, nigga. I ain't fucking with you.
Bro, you have to, bro. It's if you start doing that, if you start moving like that, just off of the rip, period, point blank, you have to be at a certain point mentally, maturity wise, for that shit to really work. And it can't just be you. Like
Right.
if you the parent's mom and you mentally and maturely, ready to do that, but the dad ain't, it's gonna cause a whole a whole ass problem.
Right. she
That's
hella,
what I said. Yeah, look,
she
like
hella
nigga, I
silly.
just let this nigga whip my kids, and now we ain't together. Like for
No
reals.
more. Yeah. See, is that okay? So are we talking about having a trial run before you get the green light?
But that's what I'm saying. Like this, who said it in the chat earlier? As far as like something with with
What's
with
the
the
what's the trial
dates.
run? 90 days?
Oh, this Steve already said, "Don't wait to introduce the child to who you date." I'm curious with this comment. Like, so everybody that you date, you introduce your child to, or you're saying like you wait until it's that one to introduce your child.
Well, it said don't wait to introduce the child to who
That's
you date. Yeah, so
so
that's
if
like
you just dating like serial dating, you know what I mean, nigga, once a month, or you know what I'm saying, like now
yeah,
you
if it don't
introducing
work.
your.
Well. Let me say this because I did that shit.
Well,
I gotta be a bed, but just like I said, I have my own spot, my nigga. So it's just like
yeah.
if females is coming through, and my son is like, you know what I mean? Like this is
Now did
this
that?
is my son, like you know what I mean? This is Wookie Wop. So
Hey,
it's
but did Lil
anybody who's coming to the house and
did,
stuff. If
hey,
he was there,
hey,
if he was there,
did Lil bro say anything about that? Like he like you know what
huh?
I'm saying? Even when he was older, like how young was he? He was
Hell no.
young.
Nah, he was well, at this point in time, he was in between he was like preschool first grade, if not spilled into the second grade. So at that point in time, he was still kind of young, but he's still kind of new. Like, you know what I mean? But even at that time, he saw me. I was a wild boy. He saw me going to a school. And when I'm going to a school, you got the school moms, you got the teachers, I'm of age, nigga. So I'm looking at teachers like what's popping. I'm looking at the other kids' moms like what's popping. Like, you know what I mean? So he got he
But
got
I'm saying like he wasn't conflicted. Like why you hollering? Like why you ain't hollering at
Oh
moms?
no no no
Like
no 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 no
he wasn't on that type of
no.
time.
Hell
So,
no. Hell no.
now, do you think that has something to do with fathers versus mothers? Like you think especially as a son, like you gonna be a little bit more protective over your mom than your dad.
Yeah,
Your dad, like my dad,
exactly.
just he's just
He just
doing,
do what he do there, yeah.
But when it's moms, hey moms, who you talking to? That the whole energy change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's as far as on some protective shit, that should be natural. And I feel like I should be protected too.
Hey, but you see that though a lot when it comes to the boys
Yeah,
and
definitely.
they
Definitely.
moms having a lot of different dating partners. You know what I'm saying? Like when they
Yeah.
grow up, the dudes always be like, "Yeah, my mom was on some bullshit, having niggas in and out the house." You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That whole thing.
Right.
So
And see that she said a city boy. Hella
it's
silly.
exclusive. I choose to date each other and no longer date anyone else. She said so.
Oh, so she said, yeah, well, yeah, no, well, hell yeah. And that type of time, yeah, of course.
You can be their friend, but not their second dad yet. Oh, okay, so
Wait,
it's
wait, go
clearance.
back to that. What was that?
It's clearance. It's clearance for the child. Ultimately, I don't know.
But the
That's
second
it.
dad, yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like when it comes down
Niggas,
to
niggas
like
gonna
what's the
pick up
what's
on
the
all of that shit.
how
What's
long are
friend
you
status? Is this nigga staying the night? And that ain't friend
yeah, like
status.
what's it what's
They're
the
gonna be
what's
picking
the
up on all that.
time
So
frame?
he's your friend. Why is he sleeping in the same bed as you and dad used to sleep in? Like that ain't gonna go. That ain't gonna go. I don't think.
Well, I think she's talking about you could be the kid's friend, but not like you know what I mean. So on that
Uh,
time, but still, the kid like what would you label them as? Like you know what I mean? And I
yeah, and
let me
that's
let me let me say this: when we was coming up, like you know what I mean. If my mom was dealing with somebody like that, we had uncles.
that's
Hey, keeping it a bang, we had uncles. Like that's really not. somebody who I'm dealing with like that, they're just gonna call me uncle. Like that's absolutely fine. It's cool. Like you know what I mean. But at the same time, it's just like
uh,
the relationship is still there to where I know I'm not. He's not trying to be my dad, but that's why we say up. Like you know what I mean. So it's up. So that was the way to solve that when I was coming up. It may be different now. Like you know what I mean. But we had uncles.
so 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 let me so then it's not serious, right?
um, it's not. Well, let me say this. I think it was a protective state to where it's just like I'm not introducing this guy as a dad figure or an authority over you or something that you know what I mean that you may think.
But the
When you,
only
even when you think of your real uncle, it's just like yeah, uncle's just not just here to give game and do shit like that. Like you know what I mean. So it's just like talk
yeah,
to
but
uncle on top of shit.
you can't do that, right? What you saying? You can't. Hey, yep, this is Unc right here, right? And
Yeah.
then a year down the line pops off, and that nigga's still there, and all of a sudden he turned into, hey, this stepdad, like, you know what I'm
Oh, well,
saying?
on that, yeah, yeah, and that's what Empress Divine just now said. Not serious enough, apparently. So when it comes
And
down to
that
that,
right.
it's not
So
that.
you just friends with benefits.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And just to give you something to associate something with, that's like you know what I mean. And I also think that it's just something to say, you know, if you was to talk to your boss or whoever, be like, oh yeah, Uncle's over at the house.
That's saving her ass.
That's what I mean.
That is retarded. Yeah, that's her. That's her saving her ass.
But we came up with a different type of time, man. Like,
Yeah, you right about that. Yeah, for reals. Now it's a little different. Like that's why I'm like I don't know how it'll be. How it'll be perceived. Uh, but yeah, that's that's funny though. And that's interesting though, man. That's what she said. Children learn from observation. That's why I'm just like, how you move as a parent is ultimately, you know what I mean. Like they peeping it all. They peeping it all. You can say what you
everything.
want to say to try to swindle the actions, but they going off of the actions. Like fuck what you actually talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm
That's
seeing
right.
what's happening, how shit moving and stuff. You know what I mean? So
And see, that's why, and I learned that, dealing with my son. So I'm just like, well, I'm not finna sugarcoat nothing. That's why I talk to my son, like, because I don't want to just have him see some shit and I'm telling him something else to make it seem like he's delusional on what he's seeing, right?
hmm
So at this point in time, it's just like, nah, son, if you got a question, or even if you don't got a question, I'm gonna lay it out just so you understand what you're seeing. Like, you know what I mean? So,
right, right.
um, and just like I told him, just like and I hate to say it like that, but when I was dropping them off at school, and the women
One
was
of the
trying to
ones that walked out.
back, and he'd be like, "Oh, this nigga," and he used to have that attitude like, "This nigga just."
Hey,
Like you know what I mean. So, but I told him I'm like, I'm that's how men engage with women. Like you know what I mean. Like I'm not if they're giving me a certain level of energy, I'm just showing the reciprocal edge of that.
mhm.
But still, that's his school. Like so he's like, nah, nigga, I know what you got popping.
Right, right.
But
Yeah. And that's another thing too. Like, one of the brothers had told me, it seems like it's easier for the children to, and again, this is like I don't know, but it's easier for the children to be at a younger age to go through that separation, and then you know what I mean, kind of like maneuver afterwards, like as far as like what the mom chooses to do, if she chooses to get a different partner, versus like if they older and they already done seen, mom and dad in the same household for
together
years and
doing
that
all this
whole
shit,
thing, you know what I'm saying,
right?
and then split. it's like, oh no, you ain't bringing no new nigga in this motherfucker. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
And that's just like what we were saying earlier about, that's when the kid, if it, especially, I mean, I could say male or female, but I think especially the boys, the young men, will have that. Yeah, well, dad is doing his thing, but mom, nah, it ain't popping like that. Even still to this day, I had that with my mom. You said you talking to who's this guy? What
yeah.
he talking about? What he look like? What is it?
Mhm.
Where at?
And
I
then
know
vice
this.
versa for the females,
Right.
with their dads. Like, why you talking to her? You know what I'm saying? You should be talking to mom.
Right. They got shit on mom. Nothing.
Yeah, yes, that
But
shit is a trip, man.
all in all, man, salute to anybody who's dealing with somebody else's kid and you're taking them in as your own. Super salute.
Yeah,
Not
definitely.
as we talking shit right now, but it's not as easy as the shit may be. And a lot of the times we come into situations like that to where it's just like, man, like I don't, I'm still struggling on how to fucking raise my kid, and I'm trying to take on somebody else's kid, which
Right.
personality, my son has a little bit of my personality. I don't know where the fuck that shit came from, but
Yeah,
I'm
right.
trying to take it on as my own and deal with this shit. Like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that type of time is just like a super salute to that. And again, like, just looking out for the youth, because sometimes they don't even have, even if they have a parent as in their life, sometimes people still don't have parents in their life. Like, you know what I mean? They could be there but not
Mhm.
be there. So that step parent role is highly needed and super appreciated. Sometimes kids don't know how to express that because they're dealing with whatever they're dealing with as coming up as
Right. In that.
yeah,
Yeah.
they coming up in it. So sometimes they can express how they feel about it and show the appreciation side. But until they get
Mhm.
older, like, you know what I mean. So if you're a parent that's out there, or even not a parent, if you don't have your own kid and you've taken on somebody else's kid as your own, like, you know what I mean, then that shit is super duper lit for sure.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely salute to all the stepdads, stepmothers, going through that situation for sure. Cause it ain't easy, especially now. Like it seems like it's getting harder. You know what I mean? Like it seemed like back in the day or just growing up, having a stepmom or a stepdad was just, it was more prevalent as far as like on the cool terms. You know what I mean? Like without all the drama and all the extra stuff. You know what I mean? Now it seems like it's a lot more drama involved with that whole aspect of children, and stepmom, stepdads, that whole thing. So if you are doing that shit, definitely salute. We
Yeah.
got China in the building. Sirius C, what's popping?
Serious C, what's poppin'? Ain't heard that name in a while. She went from Serious C to Serious B. You been
Hey,
traveling. He said,
how
"How far
far
are
are
you
you willing to go
go
when
when
dealing
dealing
with
with
someone?
somebody that has a child financially, emotionally?" Um,
Mm.
are you saying for both the parent and the child, or just the parent, or just the child, or what are we talking about right there?
How far are you willing to go when dealing with someone that has a child?
Because I
Like
think,
you're saying, like if they have a child and they not financially. Oh, she
oh,
said
with
the
the child,
child.
I think as far as you're able to go, depending on the relationship, like, you know what I mean. Me personally, if I'm dealing with somebody who has, well, just like I said earlier, like, dealing with the situation that I was dealing with, because it wasn't my child, like, in the beginning stages, we used to bump heads and shit. Not bump heads, but, it was just like, I'm not, I know that your dad is still in the situation. So it's just like, okay, yeah, it's cool. Um, but still, it was probably a situation to where, well, I don't, I'm receiving this dude that's not my dad. Like, you know what I mean? So I had to step back and see what the situation was. But as he got older, and we used to powwow, like, you know what I mean? I'm talking about having we used to have a whole, because I just like I said, I deal with kids, like, you know what I mean? So we used to have rap sessions, and you know what I mean, motherfuckers kicking it and freestyling and doing, all type of shit and showing niggas how to fight. Like, you know what I mean? That's just naturally who I am. Like, you know what I mean? So as long as much room as a kid is going to give me to interact with them like that, then that's how it's going. That's how the relationship's going. I'm already an adult. I don't have to put myself in that position. So
But do you
ultimately,
think that?
I don't care. Like, you know, if they don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? But if they're willing to be open, it's just like, nigga, well, let me show you some dope shit. Like, you know what I mean? So it just depends on the kid for that, for sure.
I was gonna say, do you think that has like you could be stepping on the toes of the dad or the mom
I don't give a
when
fuck
it?
about none of that shit. It's about the kids, baby.
Uh,
But
Nigga,
to
I
answer,
was finna buy him them Jordans. Why you go ahead and buy them Jordans
well,
first?
get
Like,
him
you know what
another
I'm saying?
pair, nigga. It's up. He got
Hey,
two
but
now.
I do think, depending on the levels of that,
Oh,
right? Like, you could, you
I'm
get what I'm
sorry, go
saying?
ahead. I'm just reading that comment. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Like, right, heart transplants and,
Yeah, wait.
uh, but like, damn near not allowing the original father. If you was the stepdad, not allowing. I don't even want to use the word allowing, but just not even
That's
giving that nigga a
yeah.
chance to buy the Jordans. Like, nigga, everything that pop off, you know what I'm saying? You going ahead and doing, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, well, look. Well, in that situation, nigga, may the best man win.
See, that's what I said. So them niggas would be y'all would be in competition and shit.
Let's do it.
That
Let's have
nigga
a
finna
friendly
get two
conversation.
pairs of the same Jordans and shit.
Hey, it's up. Like, you know what I mean? And that benefits the kid. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
got
hold
two
on, wait.
pairs.
It said, let me see what Manny said. Let me pull that up real
Yeah,
quick.
I got an extra concert
Hey,
ticket to this.
hold on, wait. Let me answer cousin question real quick. He said medical bills, maybe.
Oh, if he get hurt, yeah,
Heart
that's on you.
transplant. What we talking
Hey,
about right now?
if he need a
That,
kidney, if that nigga need a kidney and you match that nigga blood type, you're going into surgery.
hey,
You finna be right on that.
we have to understand. You're asking somebody who has a son. So my son got access to all this shit over anybody. Might not want this kidney though. It got too much belly in.
I'm talking about your stepkid. You
School
finna be on.
supplies off top. School supplies, that's lit. Money for school, that's lit. Yeah, now field trip money, that's lit. Like all that shit is lit. That extra shit, yeah. Man, his mom gotta be married a little bit.
uh,
What did she say? All right, Mandy, what you got? She said, I took care of my ex's kids for 5.5 years along with mine, and we broke up 2 years ago. There, me. Okay, yeah, definitely. See,
that yeah, cause
I think
yeah,
I
the
think I
kid,
think
man.
that's dope. Just like I said, like when I was dealing with old girl, um, even after we stopped dealing with each other, I told her, give your son my number. Like, you know what I mean? He's still a young man, it's coming up. And I've seen him since he was a tiny Tim. So when it comes down to that, I know that I'm gonna say it just like this. I may have a certain angle that his pops may not give him. Like, you know what I mean? So hell yeah, nigga still up. Like, you know what I mean? Ain't no, I'm not that type of nigga to if I'm not if we built the relationship when you was young and then we got a chance to grow and then it came to a situation to where it's just like me and your mama ain't talking no more. As long as we can communicate, it's up. You're a young man. Like I'm still dropping jewels. That shit ain't gonna stop.
She said, "Well,
But
yeah, you better go. This fucks them kids."
what? Who's that? Oh, we
Man.
got John in the building. What's up? Up gang, boy. Let me scroll down. Because children probably try to play y'all against each other.
Hey,
That's a
for
fact.
real.
The young kids are smart as fuck. They understand. They know what's
Oh, you
popping.
not gonna give me the Jordans? They finna call you. They real dad. Hey, dad.
That's why it's cool to be the stepdad. Like, fuck you, dad.
All
Hey,
right.
I think I was in a situation to where they was like, he probably hit his dad up like, hey, dad, what do you want? Hey, I ain't got it. Hey, you know that nigga womb hella cool. Real quick.
That's what I'm saying. As the original shit, you can
Yeah,
save
like,
some money and shit. Ask your
oh, my,
stepdad. He probably got it.
right. Hey, fuck my dad. What do you want? Hey, what's going on, little nigga? Man, the nigga ain't
Right.
give me the whoopie ball.
They running game on you and shit.
Like, yeah, like, all right, little nigga. But see, am I wrong for calling that? Hey, nigga, you said you ain't gonna get this nigga no J's, cuz like,
Calling the original dad, like,
yeah, like, hey, nigga, you ain't finna and make him feel dumb bad. Like, you ain't finna do this for your son. But that nigga trying to say, and baby boy, your child, your flesh and blood.
see, when y'all got each other's number, then nigga, y'all
I got his
already,
number.
yeah, it's already, you feel me? Y'all already on a certain type of level.
Yeah.
Y'all finna be calling each other, talking shit, and I'm telling you, y'all finna be going shopping together to buy Jordans and shit for them. This is from both of us. For real.
Real talk. She said if the dad was, hold on, let me pull this up real quick. She said if the dad was really active, he wouldn't even have to feel. That's a fact.
Yeah, if he was active, yeah, the stepdad would damn near feel pushed out.
Yeah, and that's cool. Now,
Yeah, it's funny,
now
but like
that shit is cool. It's just like, oh, I'm just here just to, you know.
I like your mama, like you know what I'm saying?
I'm back off tight, nigga. Go to that nigga's house tonight.
You just here, little
Your mom
nigga.
got shit to
Remember
do.
that. Nah, that's stupid. Yeah, no, this is it's interesting though because it's a lot of people, like you said, with the variables. It's a lot of people dealing with a lot of different variations of this shit. You know what I mean? So it's so many different just things, you know what I mean, that can make it work, not make it work. But
Yeah.
you know, at the end of the day, as long as the kids for real is, you know what I mean, like they not being washed out in a sense, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Definitely.
and hey, whatever y'all do is whatever y'all do, you know.
And again, that shit is hard, man. That shit, you know, that's why I like this topic because this is like, you know, if you choose not to deal with nobody that has kids, you in your mind, you probably didn't went through all of these situations. Like, nigga, I'm not dealing with none of that shit. Like for real, I'm not dealing with none of it. Like, and why should you have? You shouldn't feel like you have to. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like,
Hey, would you
it's
feel
like you asshole shit to say. Like, you got kids, I ain't fucking with you. Period. Asshole shit. But it's just like, nah.
would you feel duped? Would you feel duped if somebody didn't tell you they had kids and y'all was rocking?
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you find
I'm
out,
saying,
like, damn, she actually hella cool and da 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 da. Checks off all of your check marks, you know,
right.
on the list. But then you find out, oh shit, she got kids. It's still a dead. Like, oh no, I'm not. I'm cool. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
see, well, you know, in that situation, not saying that it would have to be a lie, but it would have to be a lie because I'm asking all the questions. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like,
It would have to be a lie.
this,
They
this
didn't
is
want to open that aspect up. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, like you know, that's one of the situations to where and there's sometimes and again like you know there's situations to where you may be absolutely cool with somebody, everything is cool, like you know what I mean, like you may talk to this person this day and you talking about this, and that's the end of the conversation. You ain't talking to her to another 2 days. Boom, the other 2 days you talking about this, cut it off. Boom, you talking to this, booty bop, boom. And that's a fact. Hey, Seth, did you mute? Did you mute?
Yeah, I was muted.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
like you find out she a liar. Like, oh, okay, everything until that. You know what I'm
Until
saying?
that
Like,
part, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you
yeah.
know, as long as you having conversations and shit, and if you ask, god damn, and she say no, nigga, you don't. She need Jesus.
She said, do you have a limit on how many kids they can have in order for you to date them? Like if they got
Woo! Yes, one.
But wait. Is it also a difference too between like how many different baby, like they can have two kids from the same dad, or they can have three kids from all three different. Like now you got three baby daddies in the
Oh
situation, or two
man.
baby daddies in the situation. Now you the third or the fourth. You know what I'm saying? Like how would that work? Now you got to deal with. You gonna
See,
have a coach.
on that type of time, that's that McDonald's shit. Like, nigga, how many different niggas could have pulled up?
That part.
And see, it's just like, again, if they ain't, and I have to say it just like this, I have to say it like this. So excuse me if it sounds misogynistic, but if it comes down to if you got multiple baby daddies, and if they're not fucking with you like that, damn, because that could go either way. I don't want to put my foot. Let me say this: if you got multiple baby dads, and not one of them is fucking with you like
Right. You need to be
not
looking
one.
at. You need to be looking
Like,
at her. Shit,
yeah, like
hold
okay,
on.
so that's what I'm gonna say. Like, so it may not be them niggas. So how I would approach that situation is like this, man. Look,
But see, look.
for
Okay,
one,
so
I can't fuck with you like that. I'm gonna just keep it a band. Like, and I hate to say it like that because usually be like, yeah, this is where what Empress Divine was saying earlier. Like, everybody got to be there. It's like, no, I want to talk to these. I want to see y'all interaction with these. How y'all move with these niggas.
right.
It's just not one at this point in time. It's multiple. So what's the interaction between it, and how do I fit into this equation? And if I see the mathematical equation, and if I don't see myself into that shit, then then it is what it is. But it's just like at the same time, you may find somebody that got a cape on.
He ready to save the whole squad, nigga.
How many kids you got? Two. I swear I gotta get the words of that Captain Sam.
Right. Hey, but could you have if a limit on children? Could you have a limit that that undermines, okay, like for instance, like say you have three kids, but your limit to dating somebody is only one or two. Like, you know what I mean? Could you do something like that? I mean, you can regardless, but it's just like,
You said
how you gonna
what?
tell, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can only have one kid, but you got three kids with
Oh
two
yeah,
different
yeah,
baby
yeah,
dads.
yeah.
Like, you know what
Okay.
I'm saying? You trying to limit me with my one kid, like pretty much saying like, oh, I ain't gonna date a dude that got two kids, but you yourself got three or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, with that again, uh, it just depends, man. It depends on
Yeah,
the person. It depends
it's
on
a
the
lot.
situation.
Yeah.
There's so many different factors that play into that because, of course, the number one question is the kid's dad there? What's the stability look like?
Mm-hmm.
Are you fucking with me to help you raise these motherfuckers, or you know what I mean? Like, what is we doing right now? Because, and I hate to say it like this, some people say, "Oh, like to keep score." No, niggas keep score in that situation. It's just like, well, look, if it was just me and my kid, nigga, we only need a 2 bedroom.
All right.
when it's me and our kids, we need a mansion, my nigga. Like,
Yeah, we need a 5 bed, 4 bath.
right. So it's just like, but it could be a situation to where that motherfucker, and I'm just talking shit, y'all, but to where that motherfucker get food stamps and shit, she got that EBT popping because she got so many kids. So it's just like, well, you know,
Right.
we got one kid, right? So,
Yeah,
so
for real.
your situation gonna make sure everybody eat. Because you got a lot
Mm-hmm.
of kids, we gonna feed everybody off the shit that you get off your like. So I mean, it just depends on the situation and how you look at it. But I don't know, man. Me personally, let's can we go to the love? I think we're leaving out the love aspect of these things, right?
Love will make you do some shit for
So
sure.
let me play that card. If you're in love with somebody, right, and anything to a certain extent that they come with, if the love is there, then the situation don't even matter. You're in love with that person. The cape is on. I'm fucking with you. If you in love with that person, then a lot of times you said love ain't enough. We're not doing love tonight. Is
It
that
ain't
what
enough. It ain't enough. Apparently,
I'm
that
trying
shit
to
ain't
play
working.
devil's advocate? Y'all gonna allow me to play devil's advocate right now?
Yeah, your heart's involved. Come
Because
on.
because it's just not you're not just thinking on a what's the situation? You're just
Hey,
thinking I'm in love with this person. Anything this person has to offer or don't have to offer is up because love conquers all, baby.
hey, and females is tapped into that emotional side.
That's a fact.
I'm just talking shit though, but
She said,
hey,
"What love got to do with it? Love better have a whole."
everything.
Hey,
It
look,
should be everything.
that's a fact.
That should be the foundation.
That should be because what do we see? And
Now
this is what
y'all thinking with y'all minds over your hearts right now.
yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, so what is it? Is it just for the box? Am I gonna put up with these 12 kids that's not mine just for the box? I could go pay $40 for the box.
Yeah,
I don't
like
gotta
look,
I
I
don't
got
gotta
I
deal
got
with no attachments. $40 for the box.
yeah, nah. You
That's
got
eight $5 bills.
nigga said 12. That's some shit. Let's stick with like three shit.
Okay, three. I still
If
don't
you
want to.
there, yeah, there's a reason why
$40.
you there. Yeah, hell, bruh.
It's for the box. So if we're
That's not
it
yours.
has to be love. Where's it has to be love.
It got to be. It would have to be. What? There? No, I'm not going for that. If one of y'all come in there with that, y'all gonna have to jump in here because I'm not going for that.
Right. He said, hell no, I'm still here protecting my heart. Hey, on some real type of time though. What if it's not love? Okay, let's do this. If it's not love, and if you deal with that, sometimes and y'all know I'm talking shit right now, but
It's
it
their
can be
needs. It's the needs. It's
and that's what I was gonna get to. A dude could come into the situation because you got that and you got somewhere to stay. Nigga, I'm gonna raise all your children. I don't got nowhere to stay. You got somewhere to stay.
and them little niggas got Xbox.
Yeah, they got the Xbox. Niggas got snacks. Nigga, that's
Mm-hmm.
heaven, nigga. We got
Yeah.
nigga, it's up. Like, you know what I mean? So in that type of time, if it's not if it's you said bum ass, if it's not based upon that, it has to be love. That's why I incorporate the love part. We can't leave the love part out.
If it ain't that, then it's like why they in the house? Why you got them eating up all the kids' snacks and drinking all their Capri Suns?
Right.
What you doing that for?
I'm telling you.
What's the reason?
What
You,
what Sirius say earlier? She said, you better not be enjoying box that cheap. See, let me say this real quick. It's not about enjoying the box. It's about enjoying the attachments that do not come with paying that $40. You let me say this, and somebody said on a movie, I forgot what movie it was. You don't pay to fuck them, you pay them to leave. You're not dealing with none of you kids, bitch. Please, I got tell you better take this $40 and get to work. Kids, are you
hey,
crazy? I only want the box. The love is what's going to make you stay and fuck with the kids. That's the love, or just like I just now said, that PS5, the
that's what I
snack,
said. They got the whole nine.
that EBT card jumping, and you got a 3-bedroom house that this nigga don't even got to clean up because the kids is gonna do it. Niggas,
Hey, That's why she said. So sugar daddies versus step daddies. That's exactly what it is. That's how I'm looking at it. Like the step daddies is the love aspect of it. The sugar daddies is there for one thing.
There's the Xbox and then there's the box.
Right. They only care about the Xbox on some different type of time. That's it. Is it the love or that free Wi-Fi? Exactly. For real.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She said and Central AC.
With the central
Hey,
though.
y'all wilding right now. But it's real though. It's real. That's what I'm saying. We have to incorporate the love part
Yeah,
of
we have for it to work. For it to work.
the word.
Or it's gonna be a month relationship.
That's a fact. The niggas gonna be unk around this.
Yeah, or just whenever they tap in. Hey, what's up, girl? You cooked something tonight? Oh, you did? Oh, hey. I was thinking about coming through tonight, man. Like, God damn, okay. Why every time mama cooking this nigga over the house? They gonna start picking up on all that nigga cues and shit.
All this shit.
Gonna be telling moms and shit. Man, he only over
Right.
here every time you cook.
For real.
Every time you go shopping, that's the only time he come over.
For real. Taking all the big pork chops and shit.
And then he sits on my game all night and I can't play the game.
She said, hold on, wait.
What? She said no arranged
Arranged
marriages.
marriages?
What you talking about?
What is, at what point in time? What are we arranged?
Mm-mm. Nah. That's a whole another scale.
I gotta go back to this guy. Excuse me. She said my dad only dated people with kids for that reason, even though his last bitch couldn't. Hey, R.I.P. to Unc. Unc was that guy, man. R.I.P. to Unc, man. I learned a lot from Unc, and he lit. Unc used to be lit.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, hey, what she say? Why not based in building? What you mean in terms of being a stepfather?
Oh, like building something to get that. If you building,
Yeah, it's up. That's
there's some sort of love or some sort of heart in there.
yeah. I think that
That would be more of an understanding, though.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. See, when it comes down to that, just depending on who you're dealing with, it's just like I said, I was in a situation to where I don't have a problem with, even if we're not going to be serious, you know what I mean? The kid is there and it's just like, all right, little nigga, what you got popping? Like, you know what I mean? And then it is what it is. And it don't even have to be based upon me and the mom situation. Like, not at all. It just is what it is. But if the kid is on a different type of time, nigga, woo, you gotta believe that it better be because we married. Because we married, because me and your mom married, I'm gonna beat you up like
Yeah, exactly.
or that type of time. So it's just like, but nah, if you and the mom situation is cool, I think that may spill over into other avenues between you and the kid for sure.
She was saying like arranged marriages is based in building and not love.
Okay.
I
Well,
see
yeah,
what you're saying.
yeah, that's on a whole different type of time.
That's a whole yeah.
If it's an arranged marriage, you shouldn't even be. Whoever arranged that marriage should not have you dealing with somebody who already got kids. Like, you motherfucker.
I'm not gonna arrange that. That's a
Yeah,
whole.
that's some cold shit.
I ain't never really seen arranged marriages done like that.
Not like that.
She said, I don't think love is enough to sustain a relationship. People fall in love and out of love all the time, and some people evoke and their parents don't.
Yeah, nah, see, with that, well, I mean, just for the sake of the kid, when it comes down to the love aspect, then it's just like, okay, if the love is there between me and me and the mom, or the mom and whoever, what I mean, then it's easier for you to accept anything that's going to come that their child is going to come with, like, you know what I mean?
That's that. Yeah, that's if there's children involved. But if she's just saying like if there's no children involved,
Oh, if there's
I don't see how you could have children involved and love not be involved.
yeah, like, well, if there's no children involved, and if you're in a relationship like that, like,
It's a bit,
ultimately y'all just fucking.
and why? Like
Yeah,
if y'all really if the whole purpose is to build, I mean, I guess you want to get your rocks off or whatever, but if the whole purpose is to just build, like whether y'all going on a business or you know what I mean, like on some that type of time, then that's all it should be. That's almost like how they say, confusing business with what pleasure and shit, or business and relationships, and how does that shit type of work? You know what I mean?
yeah, but yeah, nah, just that whole, the whole aspect of, again, just bringing it back full circle to where we're talking about if there's a kid involved and there's no love involved with you and and that kid's parent, then, like, shit, it has something is to your benefit for sure. And that could be a building shit, like, yeah, like, motherfucker, like, you see these snacks, nigga.
But I mean, like, I guess you could say building between the mom and the dad, but from the child's perspective, if y'all don't show love in a sense, or what that may be between them two,
Right,
like as far as like what the children is getting from the action, and as far as how two people come together to form a relationship, it's gonna look hella different in in their eyes. You know what I mean? When it comes to trying to really find a partner to be with or something, like, and actually have children with.
yeah, right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you're not showing them family type of love, because it's more than that. Like, it's business to y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So they not even getting the love aspect from a parent perspective, like on some relationship type shit. Like, they getting it on some, nigga, this is business. Like, we building something. Fuck. Like, at the end of the day, like, I don't really care about this nigga heart
right,
in a
right.
sense, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Like, and that shit gonna come across for the child.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, see, on that type of time, I remember making a post. I think it was on a book a few years back, and I was asking people, well, do you think that relationships is more based upon love or on business and shit, right?
Mm.
And to my surprise, people were saying, like, just more business, right? And I had to think about that, because at this point in time, a partnership is a business. Even when you get married, there's certain things that you have to do, just like you have to do in a business. Like, you know what I mean? And if you breach a contract, aka if you have any type of fidelity, like, you know what I mean? And then there's certain consequences that come with that, and you can sue, aka you can get money in a divorce, or you can do whatever. So when it comes down to the business aspect of what a relationship is, of course, is based upon that, but the foundation has to be rooted in love. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't have that, can you trust somebody who you don't love?
Nah.
I don't think you can. So the even though it may be based upon something. Hey, real quick, and I'm because I'm trying to spill my spell, but Trig, I know you're trying to speak too, but your mic ain't
Oh,
on.
the sound.
Yeah. But when it comes down to the love aspect, you really have to, if you get that love established, then everything else is up. Like, you know what I mean? But when it comes down to, well, we're just gonna do a business, well, it's just cutthroat at that
Right,
point.
exactly.
I've been in cutthroat business situations to where it's just like, well, you got your shit over there, I got my shit over here. We may come together at this point in time, but I really don't give a fuck about if you succeed or not because nigga ain't on that type of time. We know what we in this for, and it's not love, it's not personal, it's just what? Business. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, but in a relationship, if you're dealing with somebody who you're trying to build with on a long term and shit, and you guys are what's that word I want to look for? Is it romantically involved? Can I say that? Can I use that?
Yeah.
If you guys have any type of like romance or like any type of feelings toward each other, then it should be based upon love, and then business should come after. But
Always, yeah.
everything other than that should be just on some cutthroat shit. Well, we come together as a business, then like you know what I mean, then it's up. But I think love is the foundation, or should be the foundation for.
I mean, shit. If you really want to get technical, at least where we at right now in today's day and age, you know what I'm saying? If it was strictly business, and tell me if this is a reach, right? Tell me if I'm reaching.
No,
But
yeah.
if it is strictly business,
Right.
would I don't know. Okay, I was gonna say if it's strictly business, wouldn't you get married before actually getting an understanding for this person? Because marriage is a business. Like nigga, that's a
Marriage is the business.
Definitely. You feel me?
Sure, yeah.
So like you don't have to have feelings for the person to get married to this person. Is ultimately kind of like how I'm. Is that a reach? Is that a reach?
Well, I'm gonna say this, depending, because this is what Empress Divine was talking about, or it was Sirius C was talking about arranged marriages. Sometimes you don't know this motherfucker, like you know what I mean. So
that's
you don't even get the opportunity to say I like this motherfucker, I love this, I don't, nigga. So now the understanding is, hey, we got arranged, my dad said you was a good pick for me, so motherfucker. Then you start looking at each other.
I owe you a cow.
Right. So then when it comes down to that, now the smart thing to do in that situation is say, hey, well, at least we might as well build, my nigga. We might as well get some type of business.
What are we building, though?
Right.
What are we building?
I don't think we could establish this love situation at this point, so let's just build
to love
like that. Right. But if you can't,
and that's how you get people to end up married to each other, resenting each other, want to kill each other after 5-7 years.
Right.
But got a $1 million business or something.
Right. We building now. We in the building, but we hate each other. Know that. We sleep in different bedrooms. I don't even know if that's worth it. Because most arranged marriages, they do it based upon what they think y'all can do together, right? It's like, okay, they got this, they got that. They put these families together. We build and make a bigger family, right? That got bigger money and all that shit, right? But that ain't love. and I can stand to be around a motherfucker I hate for a couple years, but eventually I'm going to start headhunting on him for sure.
Yes, well, let me say this: if you come in, and I have to put this situation into it. If you come in not looking for love, right? And I have to say that if you come into a situation
not knowing love,
like say that part too. Like say if you're in a traditional heritage or background or culture or whatever, and your culture is known for hooking niggas up, regardless of if you know these niggas or not. Now it's just like, well, okay, well at least let me benefit in the business.
Let me get this money,
right? Like you know what I mean. So if it comes down to that person benefit you, and that aspect is just like, I love you because your business savvy is nice, and this is what I was looking for anyway. Because I know more than likely I can't choose somebody who I love.
But am I wrong for thinking that that's how a lot of marriages is set up? Like everybody's thinking about
yeah, you're correct.
the benefit of, me being with this person instead of me being with the one I want to fucking love. What if the one that's meant for you worked at Walmart and he wore them rubber shoes that they sold? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if that's your man? But your family ain't gonna look at him and be like, "Oh, yes, marry him." They gonna be like, "Nigga, he work at Walmart."
Man, especially for them arranged ones.
Man, you don't get no pick. I don't even get to look and pick the best brother. Like, at least give me the best brother.
Hey, but that's how like them like them big huge empires with the niggas at the top.
There ain't no love. It ain't no love there. You can't have no love there to run that business. You can't have no love there. You know why? Because they don't work out of love.
Love again.
So you cannot have love as a foundation. Do you hear what I'm saying, though? You can't have love anywhere in there. This is a business. This ain't got nothing to do with love.
It's not personal.
It's nothing personal.
It's all business.
It's business. You're doing for our family. It ain't about what you wanted or what you like or what you need. Yeah, go out there and be a skeezer and do this shit on the side. And then when you get caught up in the bullshit, then we ain't gonna be there for you either. But you got money. You can pay for that. Yeah, that's how they do you. That's crazy as fuck. It is all a business.
That's what I'm saying. Even, even I have to say this.
Here we go.
Sometimes love is a business.
It is a business too. I already knew you was about to say that one.
It is, and people bank.
But it's a business that you chose to be involved in. You didn't get put in the shit.
That's a fact.
You chose that.
It's a like you said, you chose it. Like you could choose
to
be on
nobody
that type
forced
of
you to fall in love with nobody, nigga.
Or you could choose. You could choose to be nigga just in love, sitting by the gardens, smelling flowers and shit. Not worried about. You know what I'm saying? Like, not worried about
what gardens are you talking about? I need to go sit by them gardens. Is that what I was thinking?
That means the love without another motherfucker.
Oh, okay. I was about to go look for the goddamn gardens.
Love.
Like, goddamn, this nigga's single, sitting by the gardens, girl. Did you know? I didn't know either. What is the gardens? Yeah, let's go. For sure.
But I think at a certain point in time, who wants to, and we can look at it from a balanced situation. Who just wants to be all business?
Nobody.
At the same time, who just wants to be all love?
Nobody. It's a balance.
Like, you know what I mean? So you gotta balance that out. But
I'm trying to make the work with my love. You see what I'm saying? Like it go hand in hand. It ain't somebody forced me to marry you, so I got to love you, nigga. I gotta love you. What the fuck? Who gonna tell me who I gotta love?
Right. Yeah. See, and when you, I think in those certain situations, parents marry off their daughters or sons, but I want to say the daughter aspect with somebody who's well off and they can carry that legacy or put somebody in a dynasty or legacy to where it's just like, I know that they're going to be provided for, protected, and all that shit.
Exactly, but that's something that we've been programmed. Our people have been programmed from day one. My mom was okay when we being with a nigga that put his hands on me, and I'm just like, girl. She's like, but he do this, he got this, he got that, he got this, but he still got hands on me. That don't mean that he's good.
You saw the Tina Turner story like that.
Shut the fuck up.
That was real talk. That was real. That's real. The mom,
but that's some real ass shit. My mom overlooked all of that. So, and like it wasn't that bad. Yeah, because I fucked his ass up. It wasn't that bad, but hey. Next time I might go to jail for murder. That's not bad. So
a survival self-preservation is the first law of the universe. Which is that synonymous with love?
Yes.
Yeah, hey, but see, let's look at
In the black culture,
let's
yes, that means love.
Survival, bro. Like survival of
Survive
my
love.
genes, my bloodline, the whole nine.
right there.
Is
That's what I'm
passing
gonna say.
royalty on that type of time
That's love.
when it comes to like, okay,
If you
you feel me?
survive,
And that's
you're
what I'm
loved.
saying. Right.
See, if we're talking about survival, imagine
Mhm.
somebody providing for you, and you know your shit is good for the rest of your life. You're surviving.
Right.
But
But
imagine
our
you
black
doing
ass
that and
parents,
there's no
they want you
love.
to find somebody that's going to provide that for you because they couldn't provide it for you at any cost.
Right there.
Especially if you're a black woman. So I can't speak for the men, but I'm gonna speak for the women. They think they're doing you good by encouraging you to be with the man that can provide for you the most, but that's not doing me the good. That's not doing me good.
Yeah, see,
Mm-hmm.
I think that even if, and I have to play devil's advocate, even if you're in a love situation, are you still surviving? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and this is why, and Empress Divine just said it, love is everything for real, for real. And it's just like, if that's the foundation, so regardless to whatever's going on, how can you
Right.
lose? Where's the loss at?
Well, we weren't talking about
Right,
love being
exactly.
involved. We were talking about people being in arranged marriages with people they've never seen before in their damn life. That's being married to a stranger. There's no
Right.
love involved right there.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So on the contrast to that, like, you know what I
Right.
mean? It's just like, where is that at? Like, how does that sit?
On
And
the
where does that sit?
contrast, you mean like me being in a non-arranged marriage with someone who's not a millionaire or rich or got
Provided
no
and all
wealth?
this shit.
That
Exactly.
looks like the majority of women living in America right now. By your damn self.
You can hold on, wait.
Nah.
Think.
You can't
You
tell
could
me
be
that your
in
family
love.
don't support
You
you
could be in
more if
love
you
with
get
a dude.
involved
So
in a relationship with somebody that got money as opposed to you getting involved with a relationship with somebody who don't got money. Your family don't support you being with a broke nigga at all.
I see women. I see some women in love with somebody who don't even got jobs.
Yeah, they going against the grain.
How?
Because your
if you're
family
based
is
in
not going
love,
to
then
tell
what's
you
the
to go
problem?
out there and go look for that nigga. They telling you to go look for
that
that
type of
rich
time,
nigga.
yeah,
Oh
definitely.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
They're not going to support that.
But it's not who's they? Who the fuck they?
But
Exactly.
that's when it come
Exactly.
back to the survival. It's almost like
It's survival
somebody's gonna be in charge of that for you, or you gonna be in charge of that for yourself. And like
Exactly.
going back to that arranged
A marriage
aspect
shit.
of it. It
That's why they started
ultimately
arranging marriages because motherfuckers couldn't pick the right ones. They was like, look, bitch, we done gave you 2 husbands already.
like
We gonna pick
Hey,
the
that's
next
a fact.
one. Look,
right.
because you don't know
You
how
don't
to
know what
pick
you're
them for
doing.
the family.
Yeah.
Hey, but nah, you see,
I'm
hey,
picking them for me. If I want to fuck with bummy niggas, let me fuck with bummy niggas. Like,
because I mean, ultimately, you could arrange it and she could fuck it all the way up too at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
So
Like,
it's like at the end of the day, that's why it's that survival, which love is the foundation. It's like no matter what, it would be love, no matter what aspect of the scale it really is on. Because it's either gonna be love for the family as the business to carry on some shit, or it's gonna be love of self to do for self.
Heck yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it ain't
two
nothing else you
options.
can do.
2 options, though.
Yep.
But how many people always pick that first option you talked about? They get married for the
Oh
wealth.
yeah, because you got
For
your
the
family
business.
behind you and shit.
For
They
the
like,
look.
oh yep. I'm
But
gonna
look,
just do what my mom say. I don't
I'm
want to
gonna just do
disappoint my
what they told
parents.
me to do. Fuck
Yeah.
them.
It's safe.
What
That's
the
safe.
woman just say? Who is they?
Yeah, who is they?
Right.
It's safe.
Who the fuck is they?
It sounds good.
They always say something. My mom said, "Well, they say, who the fuck is that?"
Hey.
Yeah.
That's what they say. They don't know me, so whoever they is, then tell them to go somewhere. But yeah,
He said somebody arranged a step parent service then.
Arranged with kids.
I'll be a great stepmommy.
Nigga
The best.
part-time.
my
I think
kids.
Part-time
that'll
employees,
be successful.
full-time
Pull
employees.
up.
Hell yeah, I'll pull up for 8 hours a day and be their mommy. Hey, go pick your shit up now. And, you know,
Hey, you gonna have
be out there
a
by
rating
9:30.
system. They're gonna have
Easy.
they're gonna have 3 stars.
Hella stars. No, I'm about to have 5. Why you celebrating me, so? I'm about to have 5.
You'd be like, she's
Them
mean.
little white babies gonna love the fuck out of Auntie Trika. Like, she yell at me and she's mean, but I love her.
But she's nice.
She's nice. They better not say nothing else because they know I come whoop that ass the next day. See? That's what a 5-star mama do. Shit.
Yeah, they gotta sign off on it.
Right. They're gonna have to. Auntie Trika's amazing. Yep. Tell your mama and your daddy that. Tell John and Jean that we are amazing when they're not here.
Said 5-star cats, yeah. That shit, I don't know, man. The step parents scene, I don't know. Trika, have you personally been in a situation like that? And I'm sorry to be in your personal business, but I have to ask you because you're here. So I want to hear like a different perspective.
I'm here, and I know that shots will be fired, and bullets ain't got no names on them. So I learned that long time ago.
Trika. I said Trika.
I know. No, I have been in that situation, and the thing about it is, me and the kid was better relationships than me and the nigga was.
Oh, see. Hey, sometimes that happens.
So it hurt my heart to break up with him because I was breaking up with his daughter.
I think it's set up like that sometimes. Look, go ahead and get close with him so you will never leave me.
That is so not okay. It sounds like a good plan, but it's so not okay because your daddy's a piece of fucking shit. But you cool. I love you, boo-boo. I'll take you to the park, but I can't pick you up from your daddy house.
Hold up, Trika. I'm sorry. Nah, Empress Divine, we ain't doing none of that. You gonna get on. You're.
What's she getting on the monkey shit?
Because she said that's why I ain't getting on. Because she don't want to speak
On the
about
panel.
it here. She don't want to see it. Nah.
Right, Empress, you better bring your ass up here. I'm not here by myself, fighting for myself.
Pull up.
I'm fighting like this with my head down and shit.
I already told you all my story. I dealt with that before.
Okay, so you've been a stepdaddy?
Hell, fuck no. I've never been married.
Out there.
Well, you said stepdad. That's a marriage. I ain't never been married, so
your heart dropped,
stepping-
nigga.
I ain't
I
stepping
wasn't
nothing.
saying you was married. I ain't been married either, but I was a possible stepmommy. Shit.
But I've been in a situation to where
I was gonna be the best mama to them kids.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely. I've been in a situation to where I see, just like I said, at this point in time, I was in the Jets. So I'm seeing whatever kid is outside, I'm the stepdad. Like, nigga, what the fuck is y'all out here doing?
Little fuck ass out here.
Pick up that trash. I'm talking about they was throwing trash. Pick that shit up. Who is showing you how to do that? We know that outside. I'm gonna talk to this nigga. If you say something crazy, we gonna fight. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like on that type of time, but just dealing with the kids is different because it's just like, they're still young and impressionable. So when they see you in a certain demeanor, it's just like, oh, okay, well, that's something different than what I'm used to. So sometimes that different comes in good graces. Sometimes that difference is like, fuck you, I'm gonna go tell my dad. Like, you know what I mean?
We talk about the bad graces. I do feel like I lost a couple daddies because they saw who I was, and they was like, I can't have my kids around that bitch.
Right.
Trying to raise good kids here.
Right.
So it definitely it checks both ways. Just because you're single don't mean you ain't learning a lesson from that situation. That's for sure.
But it's like, it's a situation to where, as long as you're grounded in who you are, and sometimes it may bring out another aspect of yourself to where it's just like, damn, because you don't know how to deal with that kid's energy. What the Who
Right.
are you? I
Right.
never met your either mom or dad in this situation, so I understand the person who I'm dealing with, and I see a little bit of either him or her and you, but where's this other shit coming from?
Right. Right.
That's a whole nother half. You don't
It's a
know.
whole nother fucking conversation.
Right. So it's just like, and you trying to figure it out, and it's just like, okay, yeah, well, right, well, it's gonna work out how it's gonna work out, but how you assess the shit is, how it looks. But again, it's hard. This shit is hard. It's not
Okay,
easy.
wait, but before I hopped off of here earlier, y'all was talking about the women with children versus men with children. What did y'all come up? What was the conclusion of that? What was worse?
I'm gonna let Self take that. Self over there eating this shit.
Please don't let him take it while he eating. I'm gonna tell you what's worse. What's worse is women with children, because niggas don't fuck with women with children as easily as women fuck with niggas with children.
Are you sure about that, Tree?
I'm positive. Positive. You know why? Because most of the time, if the nigga ain't still dealing or living with the female, the kids is mostly with her. So he's pretty free.
Oh, you might be right about that, Tree.
Yeah.
So we are very lenient on giving that space. Like, okay, we get you. We'll work with it for as long as it don't interfere with what we trying to do. That's where it
you might be right about that. Okay,
the only way I would see it
that one. Okay.
The only way I would see it any different is if the dude also had kids.
Got the kids.
Right.
Yeah. But if it's not like that, then yeah, it's kind of leaning
and
towards
most
that.
of the time, the dude don't have the kids.
Which is, damn, you're right.
That's not by y'all choice. Nah, I'm not gonna take the monkey off your back, but that's just how California systems work out here. They give them babies to the goddamn mama, whether she be on drugs or not. They still gonna give it to the mom.
Yeah, well, the moms are natural nurturers, so like, you know what I mean?
Right. They want their kids.
Yeah, in that position, hell yeah, for sure.
They want their babies. They're gonna have to deal with that. And most daddies don't have to go through that process. So it is harder for women with children.
We're gonna eliminate all of Empress Divine's comments until she
because Empress is on point and she just hop on here and start being in the chat. I mean,
you better pull up.
Pull up. You shooting shots and driving by. The hell? We know it's your car. We know your car when we see it.
Hey, pull up, gang. Maybe I didn't see it.
What's up, gang? But she said dealing with BMs is way worse than dealing with BDs.
Hell yeah, it is.
So, well, Tree,
because usually,
I was going to ask Empress Divine to kind of.
You can ask me anything, Loon. I ain't scared of y'all. I'm not scared of y'all. Y'all don't scare nobody.
Is that her? She pulled up.
Here she pulled up. Hey, girl.
Her sound. Oh, there it go.
You know, Divine always got something with that sound. You on?
The service is trash.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think
Californians always calling other people straight trash. Y'all need to stop.
Service spot on purpose.
Damn Californians.
But no, but when it comes down to that, I want to agree to that though, because I know.
Yeah.
But
you got a kid, Woon. You can't just be over here acting hella nonchalant like it ain't real. You already know.
Just think about it. You'll have the baby dads.
Y'all saying it, so I don't have to say it, and I don't have to sound like an asshole if I say certain shit.
I said it for you.
Huh?
I said it for you then.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Anything else you want me to say? Since you scared to say it?
If it's two baby.
No.
What you about to say, Seb? What'd you say? Don't worry about him. Just ignore that corner of the block. Don't even go over there. It's
No, I was
hot.
gonna say.
Don't even go over there right now, bro. They might shoot you over there. Don't do that.
No, I was gonna say. Like if it's two baby daddies dealing with one, female.
One woman.
Yeah, then it's usually like she the one crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like the baby dads there and they're done grouped up in a sense and was like,
That's not true.
unless like, you know what I'm saying, it's one that's still
Dad,
dealing
what
with
have
her.
you been drinking? No, that is not true.
If it's two that they not dealing with her,
It's two that's not
earlier.
dealing with her,
We
and
said
then
this
you
earlier.
come in and you
no,
dealing
no, no,
with
no,
her.
no, no, no. I'm just talking about the two.
In general.
The two. Oh well,
Yeah, just the
yeah,
two.
that's a different kind of situation right there.
Yeah, one of them got to be dealing with her to vouch.
That's
That's
the
what I'm
other one.
saying. If
Can't
you
be
saying
dealing
it
with
like
her.
that,
One of them has to vouch for her.
Look, this
If
my
none
girl,
of them
partner. Yeah.
that's what I said. No,
That's
ain't
the
no
problem.
vouches.
That's an issue. That's an issue. That's an issue for sure. I mean, look here.
But see, but even
But on the
okay,
flip,
let's do
but
this.
on the
Let's do
flip
this.
side,
It real
on the
quick.
flip,
Even if they don't vouch for her, why ain't they vouching? Like, okay,
Shut up.
no, hold on, wait.
nah, that's why I
is she
said if you
choosing-
flip it,
Why is she choosing somebody who won't vouch?
Because bitches are stupid sometimes.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm
I
glad
already
the women
asked you
are
what else
here.
you wanted me to say for you. You telepathically sent it to me.
Yeah,
I
the
said
women
it.
are
You're
here.
fine. You're great. I said
Go ahead,
bitches
Steph. I know you
stupid
was gonna say
sometimes.
something to that. Go ahead.
oh,
Steph
yeah.
ain't gonna say nothing that he eating. We be dumb sometimes. We be thinking that we can change y'all. That's the thing. We think, oh, well, he gonna hit this and I'm gonna change his world. Like, no, he gonna still be him, girl. He just gonna do what the hell he wanna do. He
The
really
baby
ain't
dads is always the he ain't shit.
right. But
When
if he wasn't shit when you started fucking with him, then don't that make her not shit too?
Man.
Yeah, however many baby mamas he has, is he ain't shit.
If you knew and you agreed to the contract, when we talking about contracts earlier, if you agreed to that verbal contract, then that means you right in that same boat with all of them and him.
Yeah, and see,
Whatever
and
you
so-
call them, that's you too. If they ain't shit, you ain't shit.
And again, we have to have. Let me say this. We have to have just a little bit of room for maybe, because there may be some women that are good women that try to change dudes and shit. Like, you know what I mean? And this is me playing devil's advocate. And if you
It
try
never
to
works.
change him and he don't change, then then what's the situation?
It never works.
I'm just
It
throwing that
never
out
works.
there to where it's just like,
I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of good women that do try to change those that are lost on their way. I'm trying not to talk bad about people.
No, you're right. That's there. That word was nice.
Because that's their life. You want to live that way, go ahead. It's just not what I choose. But there are a lot of good women who do try to change people's ways. And you know what you have to realize is that you can't change nobody till they're ready to be changed. They're going to change themselves. That's the only thing that changes. And you will drive yourself fucking crazy trying to change a man who ain't even looking for you to help him to change nothing.
Man, look, gonna change your whole shit.
And maybe what's good for you might not be good for them. So you gotta be able to deal with that. I think a lot of people ain't ready to accept that. He don't agree with what I agree with. You gotta let him go. There's billions of people in this world. You're gonna try to change one person because they don't think exactly like you. How many people you think you're gonna find that thinks exactly like you?
Your soulmate?
Your soulmate ain't gonna think exactly like you.
They gonna
Your
think the
soulmate
opposite.
will think like you, but they will tolerate the things that they don't agree with you with as well.
I don't know. I think the soulmate is gonna be actually opposite. That's gonna have your shit
Fuck
lit.
your world up.
Facts.
or spice it up a little bit.
challenging everything.
Everything that you got, nigga, fuck you.
And if you can make it
Keeping you
do
on your
that,
toes.
that's your soulmate for real, for real.
Keeping you on your toes.
Right. Like, oh, that's what you thought? Oh, well, let me tell you. That's, I guess, I just be practicing for my soulmate, I guess. Yeah.
Right.
It comes up. But you know what? Your soulmate still, even though y'all might not agree on everything, y'all gonna battle, but for the foundation of it all, y'all on the same playing field.
Yeah, it's there. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they can understand what you're saying when you're saying it, when you ain't saying it type of shit. So, it's a difference.
We got Roselle Joyner in the building. What's poppin'?
What up with it, G?
Can y'all hear me better now?
Hey, girl, we can hear you at all, is what you should ask.
We want to see your face, too.
Show your face. We want to see his face.
Look. Show
your face.
What you did, though. Don't throw a fit now.
I'm gonna take off my glasses right now. We want to see your face. Just like that. It's up.
He said no camera tricks.
Yeah, it's
no camera tricks.
So basically, the conclusion is,
why
as long
you
as
talking
you're
like
not
a 65-year-old nigga all the time, just act your age. Show your face. That's what my grandpa be saying. You ain't gonna show your face.
But nah, shout out to Miss Devine in the building and shit. Yeah, it's up. We glad that you pulled up. Cause y'all get to represent the women of this shit, so I don't have to say a lot of things that can be perceived.
Oh,
as,
we didn't want you to step out of pocket and become the woman of this shit for sure.
You said what happened?
I said we did not want you to step out of pocket and become the woman of this shit because you don't think straight.
I'm not gonna say nothing that's gonna incriminate me ever.
Oh,
maybe. Depends on who's.
All right, that stepdaddy comment got real close.
The who?
Stepdaddy comment.
I say a lot of shit. I do. Hey, it's my life.
Well, if you didn't say a lot of shit, I'll be worried about you.
Yeah.
Like on some real shit. Like, y'all heard from him? Nobody? He ain't said not a word to nobody?
Yeah.
I think something's wrong.
I'll take on Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon got never heard of.
Nick Cannon?
He got the what, Devine?
He got like 9 or 10 baby moms.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, and he said he gonna still keep making them too.
Yeah. Well, I literally, it's funny that you bring him up. I seen a freestyle that he did. I think, where was it at? I forgot what platform it was, but he had did a freestyle, and he was like, I know people is gonna bring up the fact that I got hella kids, but I take care of all them motherfuckers. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, he ain't like that. He's lit. Like, and I remember listening to him years ago. He was just like, I don't think that people are meant to be in a relationship with just one person for the duration of their lives. Like, you know what I mean? So he stands on everything that he does. Like, you know what I mean? So with that being said, as long as he's taking care of his kids, it's up. As long as he's open with the women who he's having unprotected sex with.
Right.
That's an important part right there, because
are you letting them know you're spreading your seeds?
Yeah, because he got multiple.
Oh wait, so in his royal oath.
That means he's barebacking everything moving. Like
everything that comes in the room. Bareback.
That nigga has a legitimate business. He should be having he probably got him signing contracts and shit before.
Did you bring a condom in here, Ho? We don't do condoms in here.
Yeah, I think paying these women as surrogates. I don't think that it's all like and all that. I think he's literally like paying women to be surrogates to his children.
Have babies.
I don't know. He owns some. I don't know.
How many he got now? 9.
I think he got at least a good, probably a dozen for sure.
I mean, I'm like
a baker's dozen.
You open the donut box, you're gonna be like,
"Yep." Got a baker's dozen. That's 16.
For real.
He's out here shooting them out with the red light on like Krispy Kreme. What the hell?
He running a business. That seemed like a business.
Yeah, it is a business.
That's
If you put a life insurance policy on all them kids and build a trust against their name, he can make money off of them. Just like a business. And I bet you his accountants have told him that.
I mean, he knows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Business savvy. One thing that people got to understand about Nick Cannon, his business
has always been his first game.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Always been since Nickelodeon. Okay, this is a funny shit. And I'll be embarrassed to tell people because I'm like, I used to wait on Nick Cannon every Sunday with his family in San Diego at Claim Jumper restaurants before he blew. But he was still doing Nickelodeon and shit, but he was still low key on San Diego because these white people don't know who the fuck he is until they see him on billboards, right?
That nigga made
he was already making Nickelodeon money.
He made a song with R. Kelly. He said he was a gigolo. Nick Cannon.
And people talk about Nick Cannon like, no, Nick Cannon been getting money for a long time.
Yeah, all his for life on that.
Like, he's been getting money for a long time.
Right. Like besides Oprah, I really don't like real top celebrities that own their own network.
No. Nobody does. You know why, Divide? Because we don't know none. Period. They don't talk about them. That's too inspiring.
Yeah, nah. I don't know. Just me. When we get back down to what we're just not talking about the business side and the love side. I think he's a businessman for sure. And I think that he made love. He may have a certain level of love for the women who he's impregnating, for sure. Because procreation.
He takes care of them. That's the one thing I will say. He don't just be like a fuck boy and be like, I got a baby by you. I'm only dealing with my son or my daughter.
Definitely.
I've never heard any of his girls come out and be like, oh, he ain't doing this, he ain't doing that. Not one. And I'm just waiting. Like, he got 10. Like, when he gonna do, he there for all of them? All of them.
Yeah, so
imagine all the men who ain't there for one.
Right.
That's deep.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. He makes more money, but that's why he has more kids. But you made that one kid, and you can't even take care of that.
Right.
So, I mean, let that man do what he's doing. As long as them baby mamas don't come up crying about their kids not being fed or clothed, what can you say?
Like Woon said, if they all knew and agreed to it, it's up then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard any of them talk about, oh, well, I didn't know that he was fucking with the next one. Another member said that.
Yeah.
They probably were, but they probably also understand the what it is. Like,
shit, at this point, he got the most successful polygamy relationship going out right now.
I don't like this because y'all, the last time I was on this show, y'all was all about that polygamy shit, and I'm just like, no. But then Nick Cannon comes through and he gives you an example, and he's not your example.
It could work. He's letting you know that if everything is correct, then the shit can work.
If you got money, the shit can work.
It don't even gotta be about money.
Divine.
Not at all.
Please tell me y'all sis. If you got money, it will work. Hush money. That's what I call it.
It ain't all about the money. That nigga Nature Boy, he ain't got that much money.
Money is the leverage.
Right.
What a Nature Boy got? How many kids he got?
Kids? He got I think just one.
So we can't talk about him.
Yeah, I was just
talk about somebody with 9 kids like Nick Cannon that's still above water, that ain't drowning right now.
Yeah.
I got a couple of family members that got kids.
But do they take care of them is the question.
We're not getting into that. I'm just saying they got kids.
You know people that got kids.
Yeah, I got kids. I don't take care of half of them, but I got them. Yeah, okay. A lot of motherfuckers can say that.
But it's you know, he kind of like sets out, just like I said, like I seen an interview with him, and he was saying like, I don't think that I should be tied down in just one. This is after Mariah Carey. I have to say that part.
Mariah Carey fucked that
after Mariah Carey, he was like, hey, I don't think that, that
she probably was bad hell crazy.
And if you come down to that conclusion to where you should be tied down to one person,
traumatized. That's the only word that came to
my mind. You can say it too.
kids.
But it's like, what do you do if you want to continue to have kids? You're not.
That doesn't mean go and have kids with hella girls, no.
Huh?
That doesn't mean go have kids with hella girls. You can find one girl.
What if he likes to have kids and she's not?
You can't find one. You can't find one.
Oh, so you gotta pop around and get them out. It's like a gumball machine.
Yeah, you may only have a limited amount of time.
I will never understand men. I swear to God.
I'm just saying. You might be like, hey, I want all my kids to be
and I'm not ever gonna try. Because for me, you know what it is for me? That's ego. Because you like, oh, I want hella kids. And if this one person don't want to give me hella kids, I'm going to go make them everywhere else I can make them.
That's what I'm saying. Life. That's called living, baby.
I'm not with it, baby.
I'm not saying that you have to be with it.
Right.
Who he's with is with it.
It's us with it, obviously.
And back in the day, you would find, somebody that has 10 brothers and sisters. My mom got 10 brothers and sisters.
And they all have the same mom and dad, though.
With the same mom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Same mom and dad.
So it's possible.
Right.
But they're like, they're years apart. Like.
Yeah, you
not
got
a
sister that's 6, and then you got a older sister that's 37. Yeah,
the oldest to the
your fucking uncle is younger than you. I'm from the South. I know what to do. It does that.
Oh, so you
but
I refuse an uncle younger than me.
Nowadays, I don't know any women that ready to bear 10 kids.
I don't know any women that are ready to bear one kid.
See.
Okay. So
Nick Cannon, baby.
Yeah, you gotta turn into Nick. You gotta turn into Nick.
Gotta find him and pluck it, I guess. Find it and pluck it.
You want one? Okay, I can get you.
Oh, you want one? Okay, I got you. I got a sale going on right now for one kid. Yeah. I got you. Look no further. I got you.
I know.
And if Nick Cannon is that one offering that deal, I'll be like, okay, yeah, Nick, all right. Well, you're going to take care of this little motherfucker, so we good.
Yeah.
About the money, but money for surely is leverage. Like,
it is, girl.
I think that's the main difference between women back in the old days. Like, you're more willing to have 10 kids with one man because
one person.
He's shown, okay, I could do this with you and our 10 kids. But like,
and you'd be like, oh, well, after the first kid, they ain't going nowhere.
One kid.
Right. I don't know what happened. I don't know where shit changed, but it changed.
It changed for the better.
I was just about to say it changed for the worse, but okay. We can agree to disagree.
People still having babies.
Yeah,
right.
Don't stop that.
And it's better worse for the women.
You said what happened?
I said it's better for men and it's worse for women.
Because I ain't worried about going spurting off anyway. Go ahead, skirt.
Skirt. I mean, well, at that point in time, you just gotta know who you're dealing with. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, come on.
I'm just saying, though. I'm just saying, like, you gotta know. Just like we're gonna ride Nick Cannon till the Nick Cannon camel's over. But the women who
he is your superhero.
The women who's getting pregnant by Nick Cannon right now, I believe that they all know. Like,
There's
you know
no
what I
way
mean?
if they didn't, they probably would have been
I
said
mean,
something.
after baby mama number 3, you have to know.
That's what I'm saying. They all know. So, and on that type of time, it's just like you just got to know what.
But
type
that's
of
a whole nother conversation about women not respecting themselves because
I
they
didn't want
think
to say
that
that.
the only way to get above water is to get pregnant by a nigga with some money, and that's not it.
Trigger. Everything that I'm thinking you gonna say, and I ain't gonna feel guilty about you saying
what? I'm not. And you didn't. You didn't send me that message that you wanted me to say that you should say yourself.
Well, you said it. I don't need to send the message.
Oh, I said it. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a full blown female. But I'm out here in these streets, so I know what it is. I got my eye open. So
but you know, again, I think that when it comes down to that, like, you know, there's a certain level of how you pick who you're going to, you know, procreate with, and I think that person has, even if they don't say it, they have an ultimate understanding of who you are and a respect for who you are in terms of that. Like, you know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, and there's situations to where, like, you know what I mean? Well, it was just an accident, or I really don't want to get pregnant, but you know, to a certain degree, because you're having unprotected sex. Like, you know what I mean? So you kind of,
you know, what can come from
to a certain degree. Yeah, definitely. So when it comes down to that aspect of it, it's just like, even though I may not come out and tell you that, by my actions, I'm letting you know that I'm willing to go to that. Even if it turns out for the worst, I'm still putting myself in that situation.
You still gave consent.
Right, that's a fact.
And I think men like to put this on women a lot, but I think men take responsibility for that shit too. Like, you gave consent too, nigga. It wasn't just me. It was you too.
Yeah.
And just because I'm the only one that can get pregnant, don't mean that I'm the only one that's at fault. So
some of y'all wouldn't be at fault, though. I ain't gonna hold you.
Shut up. See, that I knew that.
No, and the reason why I say that.
How?
Huh?
How?
Because the women know that they're the one that's going to have to carry the baby.
Then you shouldn't be up in there like that.
But women have to carry the baby.
Like I said, it's better for men. It's worse for women.
we can leave it right there.
Like you said, go ahead, Mr. Bobby. Like she said,
go ahead, take it and run with it.
It's better for men and worse for women. You heard what the fuck she said a minute ago.
Hey, look,
y'all.
I'm just keeping it solid, like, you know what I mean.
The foundation got to hold a lot. You know what I'm saying? The foundation got to hold the structure.
Right. So why we got to be the whole foundation, and y'all just the structure? Fucking wind come and blow you off the foundation. What the fuck?
That's what I say. We'll be right back down there with you.
No, we have to keep rebuilding this shit.
For real.
We'll be right back down there.
I put my money in one time. That's it. Goddamn me. This is funny.
Hey, so I'm gonna kind of switch gears and ask y'all if y'all heard or seen what they're calling the purge bill or the purge.
Oh, the purge law, yeah.
In Chicago, where you can get away with damn near everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't going there no more.
It's finna be that real. So what's the whole? What is it? Like what is it? I seen something like you can do robbery and
aggravated assault, aggravated battery, aggravated domestic violence. It's a whole bunch of aggravated shit, which means it's violence involved, right?
Right.
So I can do hella volatile shit to people and not go to jail unless I kill them. Do you know how much power that gives me? I don't think that's safe, and I think that it's a setup because they know.
So if somebody called the police on you while you was doing something, they can't take you to jail. Is what you saying?
No, they even if they put you on like monitoring, they have you suspicion. They can do anything to you for like 48 hours.
Yeah, so
they
they
can go do some shit.
So what
in
it is,
48
it's
hours.
called the Safety Bill or the Safety Act, but they calling it the Purge because they know that that's what we're gonna remember. That's what we're gonna type in our hashtags.
But see, and this the thing though, they know that motherfuckers can't do.
Is the whole purpose of it is to prevent people from basically serving time to crimes that ultimately they'll be, you know, seen as not guilty as later. So like if you can't post bail because you're being charged with whatever crime and then your trial isn't for another 2 years, you're sitting in the jail for that whole 2 years before they decide what's going on with your case. And in some cases, people end up being innocent. Okay, so then what now? I just did fucking 2 years in prison and I'm whole ass innocent. And so in these like, you know, densely populated places like, you know, Chicago, Illinois, where they have a high, you know, population of Black and brown people who are the ones who are basically being charged the most with these quote unquote violent crimes, a lot of the time it's just, oh well, just because, you know, the police can detain you off of whatever fucking rampant charge they decided to make up in their mind. If you have any priors, boom, the judge is going to see that as like, oh yep, you probably did it, so we're going to set your bail high as fuck or not set no bail at all, and we're going to just hold you. And they're for-profit prisons, so they're making dumb money off of you for you to be innocent the whole time. So the law is quote unquote right, because I don't trust the government no fucking way.
But you know what? The flip side of that shit is they know that motherfuckers ain't gonna be able to stop before they cross the locations of it becoming a crime. But we gonna give you we gonna give you that leash to go hang yourself.
Pretty much. So that's what I'm saying. Like on one aspect of it, I feel like it is supposed to help us. Like, okay, y'all, you know, for those who are innocent, this will be helpful to you. But for those who are corrupt, it's just only going to further,
it's gonna make sure we lock your ass up for the rest of your life when we catch you.
Exactly. And I feel like what it's gonna do is it's basically gonna give niggas, you know, this free pass, quote unquote, to act out in such a way.
Well, they want us to kill each other anyway, so that's what they want us to do. So they're giving us more rope to go hang ourselves. They're like, okay, yeah, well, you can go rob and be cool. Like, knowing damn well, if you go and rob another nigga right now, he gonna try to kill you or rob you back or some shit like that. So it's not even. It's like a setup.
Yeah, I think you know, just going back to the first topic that we was talking about with the rap artists and shit, or you know, just dealing with the EDD and the PPP. You know, they was giving out loans, like, you know what I mean? They was giving out certain shit to where certain people was quitting their jobs and losing their minds and doing all this other shit because you got a certain level of freedom that allowed you to, you know, to act out in a certain way. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to this shit, it's gonna be like, nigga, hold on. Well,
and Chicago is already wild enough. Like
my family, both sides, my mom and my dad's side is from South Side Chicago. Like, you know what I mean? So
I wouldn't go nowhere but downtown Chicago.
Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, and then even going out there, like, you know what I mean? It's just like Chicago is different. Chicago, it's a beautiful city. Like a lot of like that's
but
not,
when you see hella car dealerships and them cars is dusty as fuck and they ain't look like they've been moved for 20 years, you know that's not a car dealership, my nigga.
Right. But you know, just looking at that situation is just like, okay, just like y'all was saying, like, you know, the half and half of the situation, like half the situation is gonna be like, yeah, it's cool because it's gonna be a situation to where it's like, yeah, it's up, and then you look at the other half and it's just like, nigga, maybe
some people gonna take advantage
you know what I mean? That shit. So it just depends on, and I said this earlier, just like when the PPP and the EDD shit came out, I still chose to work. Like, you know what I mean? But there's going to be a lot of people that's going to take advantage of that situation to where it's just like, nah, nigga, like, you know what I mean? It's up right now. I ain't got to, you know what I mean? Like, they ain't tripping like that. Okay, well, watch this. So,
man, they need to bring them loans back. God damn it.
And look, I looked it up yesterday, Divine. I was like, y'all still got them loans? Can I pet that gold? Like, no, they ain't got them. But yeah, you right. Well, but at the same time, too, you gotta think about other people who seeing the shit and like, oh, I'm go. If I need to fuck with somebody, I'm about to go to Chicago and fuck with them. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like, wait, I'm still trying to figure out. You saying that they can go do my robbery,
aggravated assault, aggravated battery, robbery, all that stuff. They can do that as long as they don't kill anybody. They're not gonna get arrested.
Oh, okay.
Well, not that they won't get arrested, but that they won't be detained.
They won't be detained.
Right. So you can still,
and they have to wait 48 hours
to getting booked, to getting charged, to getting processed through the system. But then basically they let you go.
They let you go back out to the street.
Like, you know how when people get locked up for DUIs, like you only spend a couple of nights in jail at max for a DUI, but then you're back out. But all that shit is on your record, your fingerprints, you got fines and shit, right? Your license is suspended.
So I got the shit on my record.
So it's gonna be kind of like that, but for more.
It's more like a misdemeanor that you got to show up to court for. You don't get arrested.
But it's
just
that's
the thing, like
just like
how
what
you know them niggas is gonna show up in court.
Niggas ain't showing up. I'm going to Texas.
I'm out. Okay, about to be on the run.
I'm
like
driving
okay.
straight
and
to
see,
the
that's the aspect I was looking at. Everything is going to be a flight risk, like all the flight risk.
You gonna have people coming in to do dirt, and you gonna have people leaving to do dirt. It is.
Now just imagine what happened when Hurricane Katrina happened. Right?
And Louisiana went bad.
Not just Louis. There was niggas in Sacramento. Well, you know, I'm in Vegas, but there was niggas in Sac.
They was coming from everywhere.
Man, and it was just like, nigga, I got away with this shit over here. It's gonna be turned up any other state that I go to. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like,
nigga, and they bring that same energy wherever they from to where they going, and that's gonna be a problem.
It's just like. What you call that shit? God damn it, and I can't even think of this shit. When you knock down a certain area, right? And I'm gonna probably think of the word when or y'all probably might pick it up. But when you knock down some projects or you knock down a certain place, gentrification is the word that I'm looking for. When you have that situation and you alleviate these people from this situation, and then they go anywhere else. Anywhere that they go to, it's gonna be lit and it's gonna be turned up to where it's just like, oh.
But this is my thing. I think that's the whole plan of it all, is that they want us to look at these new laws and go wild, right? And then we will demolish anything that we have if you let us go wild, because that's what people of color have been programmed to do. So if they let us do it by ourselves, they ain't got to do it.
Yeah, and that shit right there, and it's just like,
and then we start moving like locusts. You know what I'm saying?
Eating up everything in sight.
Straight locusts.
It's like a drill.
It is.
Like they're running a drill right now to see how people.
They're gonna see how this works right here. They're gonna try it out in Chicago because it's like, fuck Chicago. They fucked up already anyways.
Yeah,
right. Chicago's damn near Gotham.
And then it's gonna move to Detroit.
I was just going to say that. Imagine all the major cities.
All the major cities is going to get hit, and they're going to see how it works in every city. And then they just going to let us destroy ourselves. Unless we wake up, we're definitely going to do it, because we're doing it already without them laws.
Mm-hmm. See, and that's what I was going to say. When it comes down to the information that's out.
Whoever put that out, god damn, why'd you do that?
The information on this type of time, and we could talk about, us moving into a different time space, going into the Aquarian age. Is just like, well, a lot of these niggas is already where it needs to be at.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else finna get caught up in this net.
Mm-hmm.
What does the net look like? Like, you
They
know what
already
I mean?
programmed niggas to be like this. They just putting the system in place now.
Right.
Exactly.
They gonna see how they react and then probably
Oh wait,
like
you know how
Devon
niggas
said.
gonna react like they always do in the trap. They gonna run the trap.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're gonna pull whatever they need to pull right out as soon as they get to acting crazy.
Yep.
They
And
gonna
then
be
it's
the
about to be
first test
martial
of it.
law.
Yeah, yeah.
This shit is crazy. Like I wasn't afraid before I started the stream, but I'm a little nervous now. I'm not protected. I'm covered, but I'm like, God damn. I feel sorry for the motherfuckers who ain't. Like, if you don't see what's going on, baby, you so lost, and you're gonna be too lost when you figure it out.
But see, but
down.
just like you were saying earlier, it's twofold. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like they show you it there's
They
nothing
put
hidden.
it in your face.
Yeah, there's nothing hidden. So it's just like, well, yeah, the niggas who's supposed to get caught is supposed to get caught. And I hate to say it like that, but
they supposed to get caught.
They're supposed to get caught.
Mm-hmm. And for me, it's just, I don't know, because like with the Purge, right, like the movie, the whole concept is like the reason why the crime is the way that it is because people are suppressing that urge. So if we basically don't force them to suppress it and say, okay, you guys, we'll give you one free play, right? We'll give you one day to just go bananas and no one will get in trouble. We won't hand out no timeouts, no fines, no jail time. Nothing's on nobody's record. Just go maney for this one day and this one day only. Then supposedly crime is supposed to go down all 364 days of the year. So basically what it's doing is it's giving people permission to act out in a way that they wouldn't otherwise already act out. But for those who were already going to fucking do it the rest of the 364 days, like that one day is really not shit. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like in that same respect, like people are already having aggravated assaults. They're already
purging,
doing violent crimes, second degree murder, like all of the things that are on the list. People
domestic
are
violence
doing
is on
those
that
things
list too. I was like, really, domestic violence? Y'all let niggas slip for domestic violence?
See,
so the one pro that I do see to this is the amount of accountability that they're pushing towards like officers and like, you know, people in the administration.
Right. With the false accusations. And
stuff like that. Like way more body cam stuff. They also put it in the act to where like damn near anyone can make an anonymous complaint. So like before, if you wanted to make a complaint to the police department, you had to go in there with your ID, put it on record, and like that's not really safe. 1, 2, none of that shit is getting documented because fuck you, basically. So they're just gonna have you in there wasting your time. But now they put in it to where it's like, you know, it's just a little bit more efficient in holding the quote unquote people accountable, you know, to protect our constitutional rights. But at the same time, just like they did with the fucking I think the Patriot Act, like they took a lot of rights by giving us
taking the rights from us to make it safer for them to stay in line within their guidelines. You know what I'm saying? Like you should that should be law enforcement's responsibility to stay in those lines. You shouldn't have to change the laws of the people to make it easier for them to stay in line.
Yeah, and I think it's the 8th Amendment in the Constitution. It actually says that you know, there should be no cruel and unusual punishments. There should be no excessive fines. Just basically like if somebody does fuck up, don't be lynching niggas. Basically, right? Paraphrasing the Constitution, but that's federal law, and state by state, it's up to them to interpret that. It's up to them to create laws based on their state interpretation of how they're going to abide by the Constitution. So a lot of the times, because people don't know that, they're not challenging that. And if you sign any kind of contract and you agree, you take a deal, you say, yes, judge, or whatever the fuck they tell you to do, then you basically waive your constitutional rights. So, I mean, but I don't know. I feel like
we already fuck it. We already in the metaverse. We already here. Like we've been in the purge, damn near, as far as I'm concerned. So.
COVID was the first step of the purge while people playing.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was gonna get to.
And I don't know. I know a lot of people may not agree or understand what I'm saying, but there has to be a purge.
Let me piggyback off that real quick. Me personally, purge is short for purgatory, right?
Yes.
So when it comes down to that, it's like the in limbo shit. What's keeping you from either going all the way left or going all the way right? Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, it's just like, and of course, we're dealing with the government, right? So when it comes down to that, it's just like, well, how are you thinking? What are you thinking about? What are you doing? So like, the purgatory part of it is just like being in limbo. Like you're in the middle space of between going either way. The government is, you got the left and you got the right.
Governing a person.
You got the two different options. So when it comes down to that, it's just like, okay, well, what are we talking about for real? So it's just like, when it comes down to the purging of shit, it's just like, well, what's it going to take? Are you going to stay to where you need to be suppressed, or are you going to take it to the next level to where you need to be free at?
And that also comes down to the energy that you exuberate, right? Because if you are vibrating on a certain frequency, then disease can't even touch you.
Right.
Because it's vibrating on a different frequency than you. So when I say the purge had to happen, it is that, that energy had to come through and kind of take the people who were not on that frequency out of here so that the rest of us can ascend a higher level.
Right. And that's what I mean. There's the purgatory.
And people might think that's fucking rude or mean to say, but that's just truth. There's a fucking moth that is getting on my nerves.
See, that purgatory, and that's what I mean by the purgatory. There's going to be people who's going to purgatory, how they
put negative connotation on it because that's what
the middle space. It's either you're going to be
to hell or to heaven.
Or heaven. So you're in that middle space. So it's just like when you purge, right? Mm-hmm. It's just like when you purge, like what are you? What's the basis of you purging? Like, you know what I mean? Are you going to get this shit off your chest, or are you going to stay in a certain level? Like, you know what I mean? So with this new law that's going to be in place, it's just like, okay, we're going to give you niggas enough space to do what it is that you want to do, be where you want to be at. And this is synonymous with the EDD shit or the PPP loans, is towards just like, we're going to give you niggas the money to do whatever you want to do, or even if you don't want to work, we got a work plan. You don't have to work, like, you know what I mean? We got unemployment for you niggas.
But and it was giving niggas extra $350 a week.
Yeah. What's going to happen for the people who
dangling
chose to take advantage of the shit, as opposed to people who was just like, nah, I'm cool on my own type of time. Like, so who are you as a person? Government, like, this is the control of the mind
of the person.
Right. So it's just like, how do you want to move? So they're setting up the play just to see what's popping, and they get their data from whatever niggas choose to do. Like, you know what I mean? So
and niggas did exactly what they wanted us to do. They went out and bought cars and shoes and houses and shit. I ain't had damn business.
Right. And then it comes down to,
and now they want their money back.
Is the government right or wrong?
They're not wrong. They played us. I didn't even get a PP loan because I worked the whole fucking time.
I worked that whole time. Yeah, I'm not.
But I wanted to quit my job so I can get that extra $300 a week from unemployment. Nigga, I would have been winning for 2 years off of that. What are you talking about? I ain't got no kids.
Imagine. Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. Imagine they gave niggas reparations, right? Imagine this. Imagine.
I was just gonna go there.
Imagine.
We wouldn't know what to do with that wealth.
Thank you. Without there is no introduction to the healing part of anything. We
We've
just
never
tossing
been
niggas
taught
money.
how to deal with wealth like that.
This is the absolute truth and understanding of money does not heal anything, right? It may put a band-aid on some shit, but it does not heal anything. So this is the proof in the pudding and shit, right? So when it comes down to that, it's just like we gave you niggas money.
They've been giving us money.
Right.
We are the biggest buyers in the whole fucking society, and we the brokest motherfuckers in the whole society. How does that work?
We gave you niggas everything that you niggas could have asked for. Black president, free money, all this shit. And what's popping? So it's just like, but one thing that they didn't do is say, have you niggas ever sat back and just healed? Is there a space to where niggas
we can't heal in their we can't heal in their system though, Woon?
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. Is there a situation to where we provided a space or a platform for you niggas to heal?
No, what they did is they knew.
No,
they knew that they have not programmed us with the foundation of holding money and wealth. So they already knew what they were doing. They gave us the money. They knew what niggas was gonna go do with the money before we went and did it. They probably put out marketing programs before they gave us the money. Because we gonna give them the money, but we gonna get it back. This is how we gonna get it back. All y'all gonna get it back.
Dave Chappelle already said it when he was, I'm rich, bitch. Woo woo, nigga bought a whole truck full of cigarettes.
Pack of cool, a whole goddamn truck of cool.
So when it comes down to that, it's just like
me and my family is set for life.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know, at this point in time, and I remember having like I had a thick ass book that was talking about reparations and all this shit, and it's just like the fuck is like before I even did my Sacramento Grind DVD, my DVD was going to be about going around and asking people what does reparations look like for real, like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, can you really reparate?
For me, it looks like land, but for a lot of niggas, they just want that cash.
And though,
untaxed
land, whether it's cash, whether it's, you know, inheritance on a trust. If you don't know how to fish, then you inheriting my fishing pole is going to do nothing.
It's gonna be worthless.
Market is going to do nothing. You're going to run my entire legacy into the fucking coffin with you because you don't have any actual knowledge on how to maintain this skill. So that's where it's like when you're saying like, oh, they're not giving us healing. Healing cannot be given to anyone. You can only get it for yourself. You can only give it to yourself. So while I do acknowledge that the American system enslaved a bunch of people and, you know, programmed a bunch of people and was very intentional in a malicious way to use people as basically,
we have the power to change all of that shit.
Right. We're still responsible for our participation in that. So I'm one of those
not only that, sis, we've been in charge of that shit for a long time.
Like, there's a difference between being a slave and being enslaved. Right? Being enslaved means you was captured against your will, and you're every fucking day, every second of your life plotting on how to get back free because you know in your mind this shit ain't right. Being a slave is accepting that they own you and constantly pointing the finger at them and saying, oh, well, you know, my life is bad because massa, him don't respect me none. It's like, fuck that nigga massa. Who the fuck is that? I'm not even calling that nigga that. Or excuse me, I'm with Harriet in the tunnel. Goddamn, I don't know about none of that. Right? But it's not to disregard the fact that we're all on the plantation together picking cotton. It's not to disregard that there are dangers at trying to escape this thing, but to just willfully sit there and say like, oh, well, you know, the system and the white man and the program, like
victimization. You can't live in victim.
Exactly. Like at that point, you're basically bending over to take the lashings. And I mean, I don't know. I feel differently about that whole situation because I am a healer. And so I know how much work it takes. But the very first step in healing is the openness and the willingness to do it. So that's why on a lot of these pods, like I be asking like, okay, well, how do we make healing more palatable? How do we make it more desirable? How do we, you know, make people value their health, their healing, their well-being as much as they value fucking $20,000 from the PPP loan? You know what I mean? Like, how do we get
a pair of new fucking Jordans? People,
like, right?
You're worth more than those Jordans.
Right. Niggas can't wait for the opportunity to purge or to splurge. But they don't want to get up in that therapy office and cry.
And purge.
For real, the real purge.
The real
purge.
And like, you know, again, you know, just and they come out and say that shit. It's an American dream. Like, you know what I mean? It's
not my American fucking dream.
Yeah. But it's a fantasy that is put out there and accepted. Like, you know what I mean? And even though we don't like to agree to this shit, but it's accepted from us. As soon as, you know, they just like with the PPP shit, like, yeah, we don't need to have this because we got that. And I told niggas a long time ago when they was giving out certain monies and shit, I'm like, there go y'all reparations right there. Like, you know what I mean?
They gonna come and ask for their money.
Yeah, it's just not us getting it. Everybody's getting it. Then it's just like, yeah, but it's just like, you know, you can't, in my mind, there's no way that you can be reparated for anything that has been taking place. So at this point in time, it's just like, you got to reparate yourself at this point. There's no dollar value because we got to deal with slavery. Then you got to deal with the crack epidemic. Then you got to deal with, you know, everything, after that comes with that. So it's just like, you know, there's going to be no way that this shit's going to be paid. So what do? Are you still looking for them to reparate you? Are you still looking for them to do certain shit? And if you are, nigga,
I think a lot of people are still waiting for the government to come and save their fucking soul.
That's crazy to me.
And
that's
not
like
even
imagine
somebody.
Imagine
not
somebody
just even the government. They waiting for somebody to come down and save their soul, and they don't understand that you are the only one that can save your fucking soul.
Yes. Like imagine if somebody.
Who are you waiting for? You're waiting for yourself, dumbass.
Day was feeding you poison, and you're looking at them like, please give me some medicine. Like they're not gonna do it if you don't fucking
here to save you.
Like
who are you waiting for?
They're not.
You waiting for Jesus to come back and save you?
Well, good luck because Jesus already came back.
Jesus is done with this motherfucking planet, or else he would came back.
That's why I think that, you know, when it comes down to that, I don't, to a certain degree, I'll be like, nigga, if the government is showing you that shit ain't popping like that, why are you still even? Where's the fight at? Where's the?
If it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and it walks like a duck. You know what? It's a fucking duck.
If they let you know, and it's just like, oh, you still.
And they don't hide shit. They tell you in broad daylight with a flashlight. Hey, we don't care about you.
Right.
We're not gonna save you. We about to raise this rent. We about to raise gas. We raising food, all the shit getting raised. Right. We don't care.
Government is shut down the government.
They only have the power to do that because we depend on it. Like they control the supply, so they control the demand. They control everything because we gave them that control. We let them do it.
And if everybody would just realize that, Miss Divine, like they don't realize how power we got.
I don't think the problem is people realizing it because you hear damn near every black person have this conversation at some point in their life, right? It's that we don't know what's the next step. Like
they don't know which way to go.
So now what? Now what? How do we fucking
You know why?
revolt
Because we
against
waiting
a
for
tyrannical
somebody to be a
government?
leader. Everybody waiting for a leader to pop back up.
That
They
shit,
wait for another
that
Martin Luther
goddamn,
King or Malcolm X, and y'all seen what happened to the
Preaching on the street. That's hey, we got them.
yeah,
right,
That's the Hebrews right now. They out there.
right.
Period.
that, and I was gonna say that good book tell you don't put your treasures to where somebody else could come snatch them. Like, nigga, you better,
Exactly.
You're supposed to
you
put
better,
all
you
your
better,
eggs in that one basket on
you
another
better put
man.
your shit to where can't
Yeah, because
nobody.
you don't see the owners of Vanguard walking around on TV talking about.
I don't even know who the owners is, and I be trading stock for their ass every week.
Period. Vanguard is like one of the damn near is the company that owns almost all other
everything.
companies.
Them and BlackRock,
They
and I
own
trade
all these
fucking stock for
prisons.
them motherfuckers
They own
every fucking week.
damn near the Federal Reserve, like Vanguard,
and they got money.
The Illuminati. Just put it that way. They're the ones pushing for the New World Order.
Exactly. They run.
And to be honest, we're already here, y'all. Like the New World Order has already begun. We're already in the midst of it. The metaverse has been popping. We're already at the cashless society. It's just, you know how it takes time for things to transition all the way over. Like we're still in that swing, but the momentum has already pushed us forward towards that kind of actualization. So that's why I'm like, damn near like, okay,
you know what's holding us back?
Sounds good, but what do we really do for real?
It's so many people that's so comfortable with where we are right now. They're scared for something to change, and
they're gonna go along with the change given.
Yeah,
I mean, really don't
and
have
that
no other
fear is the only thing that's holding us back right now. Because if niggas wasn't scared of what could possibly be, instead of being stuck in what is, this ain't life right here. I'm sorry.
No, you know what I think it is that it's easier to blame somebody else than to take the blame and just be 100% responsible for your own shit.
Absolutely.
100. Like people are not really ready to be free for real. No, because if they were really free,
you got to own up to your shit.
Exactly. Like if your lights get cut off when you free, it's because of you, not because of the white man.
Hell nah. I wish I would in 2022 or 23 be like, hey, the white man's nigga, what?
That nigga cannot control me.
you know, we can get together as a people because nigga, I went through all of that shit, and that shit, and I had to
started
say this
there, but when I thought about it, I was like, the white man ain't do this shit. I did this shit. I'm the one that was drunk driving in 2007. Like, it wasn't him. You know what I'm saying? Like, ownership.
I got soaked because I studied, Black Panther Party and all this shit. So, just a student of the 60s in general. And that shit was like, them niggas was lit and they had a purpose. But it's just like, what was going on for them at that time was real for them at that time. And I understood it. But, when you get past that level, it's just like, well, nigga, did you hear about what happened to the Indians? Well, nigga, did you hear about what happened to the Wooty Wops? Like, you know what I mean? So when you step outside of what you think yourself is, and it's just like, oh, like then you get the bigger picture. Then it's just like, oh, okay, so it's just not on no black type of time, and they promote that, and people they invest so much in emotions into that to where you start to believe that shit is real. It's not as real as they make it seem. Racism is not real. Like, you know what I mean? Like that shit don't even exist for real. That shit is business. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, just like, nigga, whatever. Like, imagine somebody coming up to you saying, hey, nigga, woody wow woo woo. I'm laughing like, nigga, you still use that word? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, how much money does that, what weight does that hold by you saying nigga? To me, it's no money in that. There's no, I don't invest.
It only holds value that you give it.
Right. It's just like they be more pressed than you.
It's just like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going downfall because a lot of people ain't believing it no more.
So when you get into that, it's just like, okay, well, that don't hold weight. That what holds weight? Self, nigga. All the weight is in me. Like, you know what I mean? All the value is in me. So, nigga, you can't touch me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so when people come to that understanding, then I think that, and this, I think this is the big level to what they're ultimately trying to shut down, and regardless, and again, they put out the truth, but it's just like, if you're so caught up in everything else that they're putting out, then like you can gauge what's popping and who's tapped in with what by by what you choose to do as an individual. So that my people shit, that's a rap. That we need, that's a rap. Like, you know what I mean? So all that other shit, like you can know, just like the good book say, like, you know what I mean? You'll know the people by the labor, like, you know what I mean, by the fruits of their labor. So this is how niggas incorporate who they fuck with on a certain type of level, because it's just like, oh nigga, I understand what you understand, so it's up. Like, you know what I mean? So all that other shit, it sounds good. All that
and you see like how easily we are thrown off of target, right? Like,
that's a fact.
Look at what the black people are talking about right now. They talking about who was wrong in the PNB's death, and whether or not white people have a right to be mad about the Little Mermaid. Like, we're literally talking about the entertainment industry. We're over here shook in division, and whole ass division over entertainment. We're not talking about how China and Russia are damn near about to destroy the U.S. by coming together and ditching the U.S. dollar. We're not talking about how, the real death of the real queen that probably happened fucking weeks before they said anything about it.
I think it happened months before they announced it, but that's some other podcast. I think she's been dead, but they just couldn't release the information to the right time. You know what I'm saying? Like, they held it like a Michael Jackson video. Yeah.
You hella silly.
She hella been dead, bro. She hella been dead before now. I swear to God.
She said they had like a Michael Jackson video, but for real, like, I feel like there are real life things that are happening that are going to directly affect us, but we're worried about which one of our representations is going on in that current moment. And that's why I just feel like if they did give us reparations, we'd be right back in the hole,
back here.
Right back in the hole, holding our hands out.
Talking about, remember when we had all the money, y'all? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I don't think.
There will be a good portion of us that wouldn't, but there will be a good portion of us that will put us right back here.
Niggas would have to live free. There's no money. Niggas would have to live free for the rest of our. There's no money.
There is no. What is the price tag?
There really isn't money already.
That's what I'm saying. There's no.
And that is the craziest shit, though. I be trying to tell people, like, Bitcoin ain't real money. It's because you motherfuckers put value behind it in your mind that made it money.
Same with the dollar. They're just printing.
Everything is not it's not real.
No. And legally, they're
putting
not
our energy into this shit.
That's the only thing that makes it real.
What?
Right. Who said it's solid?
That's the real currency of the universe is attention. That's the highest currency.
Mm-hmm.
They got everybody with that shit with these damn screens.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And every cell phone and TV is a black mirror. So I don't know. They really got us.
They do. They got my ass too. I ain't even gonna lie.
Hey, that's why I said the metaverse is lit. Turn up. Fuck it. We already here.
I'm not worried, but I worry about those who
and see, on that type of time, I'll be like, hey, this is us anyway. So
right.
enjoy the ride, motherfuckers.
All right. Make sure you subscribe.
But if you ain't tapped in, you might need to get your shit together real quick.
Share the link.
I'm not trying to say go find Jesus. Go find you. Shit. Be down here by your goddamn self in the dark.
Yeah, it sound good. It really do. Because I'll be on that type of time. Like, I damn near be ready to be the next leader of the people. But then, like,
girl,
you can't really lead the unruly. You know what I'm saying?
You can't lead
they don't
the
fall in
unwilling.
They're gonna do what the fuck
They're way
they
out
want
of
to do.
order.
Yeah,
They're plotting on you, trying to take your position, set you up, rob you. Right? It's like, well, you know what? If y'all want to be lost and fall off the cliff, then by all means,
Go ahead.
That's why I like, Trika was saying like
Knock
COVID.
yourself out.
Right. Go ahead and get COVID and get gone if that's what you need to do. Like the Bible say 144,000. So you already know everybody ain't gonna make it. We can't all
Everybody ain't gonna make
it. Imagine being a leader of motherfuckers who don't like you, but they can't think for themselves, so they're gonna follow you, but they're like, nigga, I don't like you though. Like nigga, like just thinking about
I would
that.
have to think that that's how all of us are in our real life, because you
like
be going around life talking that shit.
They try to group us up so bad to where it's just like you have to live and die for the people. Like nigga, who is the people?
Right.
Them ain't my people.
Who is they?
Who is they? Who the fuck is they? We've been talking about they all night, y'all. Who the fuck is they?
I don't know nobody.
I'm about to ask my mama tomorrow. I'm about to call her. Like, who, mama? Who is they? What is their names?
But but at the same type of time, I do understand, certain things from a certain level. So it's just like, yeah, we get it. And sometimes the emotional attachment, because a lot of times, niggas play on emotions and shit. So knowing that we ain't been reparated, knowing that, you know what I mean, like motherfuckers been through the water and shit, it's just like, well, let me keep on tugging on these emotional strings. And it's just like, well, if that's the case, well, nigga, I don't have emotions towards the shit. And it may sound, no, I'm serious. It may like sound like some fucked up shit, but it's just like, if I cut that off, what can you now do? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, well, I'm gonna get your mind. I'm gonna get the media. The media's lit. Nigga, you watch TV. I'll shut the TV off. What's popping? Like, you know what I mean? So then it was the radio's gonna get you, my nigga. Like, no, I don't listen to the So it's just like at this point in time.
No, but that's why they made it impossible for you not to have a cell phone. You have to have cell phone and Wi-Fi. You can't fucking log on, get your driver's license. You can't get your medical records and shit. You can't call into work. Like,
yeah, they turning it all digital.
They made it.
The metaverse
had to rely on that.
But see, at that
shit just don't work.
Yeah, at that point.
But how many motherfuckers do you know have a home phone?
I mean, that's cool. But you still have the option to choose to.
They all got cell phones though.
He said
that's cool. Something had to happen to force everybody to be like, you know what, fuck all this digital shit. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't
monsters have to start crawling out the phones because there ain't nobody putting that shit down like that.
Like, if you look at, like, let's do this. If you look at music, because this is my thing personally, music and movies and shit, right? If you look at both of those things, what can pull you in to even get that attention anyway? It would have to be some type of emotions. Nigga, I'm emotionally attached to what this movie has to offer or what this music is saying. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, oh shit, but it's just like, this is the part to where I may not, be of a fan favorite, and I don't care. But when it comes down to, well, nigga, I'm not attached to certain shit. How niggas be attached to certain shit, you got to cut them ties. And if you don't cut them ties, again, this is the government. So the heart and the mind and shit is already like that's the main objective to where it's just like, nigga, well, I'm gonna get you emotionally involved. Black teen gets killed by white cop. Emotions. Come your ass over here. Bring your emotions over here.
No.
Like, you know what I mean?
That's like the problem with the
it's like sprinkling some crack on your ass.
So the best way to withhold your value is to be emotionally uninvested.
Well, too late for that. It's too late for that.
What do you become after that? Are you still?
It's too late for that.
I mean,
I'm playing devil's advocate when I ask that question.
No, I think she's saying you have to pick and choose where you get emotionally involved in and what you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm playing devil's advocate when I ask that question. It's just like, because a lot of people, even if we take a government situation out of it, sometimes we feel like, oh, well, this situation happened or such and such died or whatever it is. It was a loss to me. How was it a loss to you? Maybe I'm going too deep.
No, you're not going too deep. I was waiting for you to say something more.
But it's just like, but when it comes down to that, it's just me personally, it's just like, nigga, them niggas came, lived, did they Dougie, and then they exited. Like, you know what I mean? So when I die, I hope don't nobody be like, hey, man, only feel sad for me if I said I wanted to do some shit and I did not do it. And my life is to say, nigga, I did all that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So everything that I want to do, I done did it. Like, you know what I mean? And maybe not to the level to where I did it. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like,
okay, say, wait. Well, so you don't want me to cry at your funeral?
For what? Look at Wool's life.
I mean, okay, I get it. You didn't die, but your body died. I get it.
No, not even on that type of time. Not on that type of
At
time.
the same time,
look at the shit. Like, look at the shit that the shit that I set myself up to do.
Humans cry because we are emotional beings. You can't dismiss the fact that we are human, my nigga.
I get that. But then what comes after emotion? Logic should come immediately.
Yeah, that's why people cry and then get over it. They start after you did.
Right.
Shit. After we bury you, we be partying and shit and drinking.
We gotta grieve. We gotta grieve.
We gotta cry first and then we go party after we put you in the ground. That's what happened.
On the obituary, it's not going to say all my emotional shit. Is going to say who this nigga was. Is going to make you think about me. Like, you know what I mean? So you can feel however you feel about it. That's absolutely fine. But it's that balance is going to say, hey, that nigga, watch.
I'm just sorry. I don't feel right about somebody telling me I can't cry at their funeral.
No, you can't.
Tell me I can't cry at your funeral.
I don't want no warning. I can't go on. This is what people do. I can't go on.
I'm going to celebrate you. I get what you're saying. You saying celebrate your life. We going to celebrate you. The Hennessy going to pour
might celebrate with tears.
It's all life.
Let me celebrate my life, not my death. What the fuck is that? I can't go on. I can't go on. That nigga Woo said,
I'm gonna be crying like that. I can't believe that nigga was smoking me. He died. Right. Let's go pour it up at Auntie house. That's what's gonna happen. You already know what's gonna happen. The repast, ain't that what they call it? Let's go to the repast.
Yeah, it's up.
Go get my drink on.
I got videos out. Go turn up to my shit.
Okay, we're gonna celebrate your life. Yeah. If you thought we were
saying celebrate my life, don't mourn over my death. That's ill. Like,
I already told my mom, don't be wearing black to my funeral and shit. I don't want to turn up. Turn up.
Hey, as much color as I wore throughout my life, niggas better not show up in black.
You better not wear black to my shit. I will jump out that casket. Don't wear no damn. I haven't worn black to a funeral in a long time. I be in there with lime green on and shit. Like, we celebrating life in this motherfucker.
She said lime green.
We ain't doing no black.
But it's but I'm just saying that to say, like, a lot of the times, they make us who the fuck is they? But sometimes
these motherfuckers ain't gonna get the fuck out of my house.
Okay, let me say this. When I say
media, Fuck Bay.
Yeah, the archive. Okay, there you go.
Archives.
Fuck Bay and them. All.
But it's just like, when it comes down to that, it's just like, go for the shit that you know. Like, if we have a relationship over anything, don't go for what whoever else outside is talking about. Go for it. Hey, Trigger. Well, one of the conversations that we had, me and you personally, before we even did this podcast, was just like, how can we get these teens to, deal with a certain type of shit? And I remember building on that. So it's just like, that's what we was on. Like, you know what I mean? So it's more personal than impersonal. And I don't want no pastor at my shit like, yeah, so
hey, that's what I said. I don't even hold that bitch out of church. I'm good.
Hell no. I'm not there.
Very unnecessary. And I'm still on that shit that you're talking about. I just have to, get my shit.
I'm just talking shit, but it's just like, when it comes down, and again, I don't want to fault or blame the government, because you can only be controlled, or you can only be if you don't have a certain level of understanding or your own. They provide the shit. And there's
okay, you want me to tell you what the homegirl say? He can only do as much shit as you allow him to do, girl.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Period.
So if you ain't got no
relationship, any friendship, any connection, they can only do as much as you allow them to do to you. So you have to take some kind of self accountability for how you allow others to treat you or how you are treated. So
right. Imagine being birthed. Imagine just like how we're going through right now. They gave you niggas money, and now we're in a recession. Nigga, we gave you money.
Wow. Gave y'all billions for months. I'm mad because I ain't getting none of the shit. I was working like a motherfucking stupid person. I should have quit my job.
A lot of people invested. They was like,
I should have quit my shit. I don't care what nobody's saying. I would have been stacked.
You could have changed the face of this system with that.
Look, man, I sure as hell did Google PP loans the other day. Can I still get one? Y'all still got a couple of them left? No, ain't none left.
That first check, they gave niggas what, $1,200, $1,400?
My God!
Did y'all know about Facebook? How they giving out checks right now?
For what?
Y'all didn't know?
No.
Oh shit! And it's for real. Facebook is giving out checks right now for invasion of privacy. I'm gonna personally send y'all the links
for everybody, because I know they invaded my privacy at one time or another.
Damn, hold on, wait. Let me pull this shit up real quick.
Them niggas been invading privacy now.
That's what I mean.
Steph, I'm mad that you said it, thought about it for a couple minutes. You was like, wait a minute.
People have
my privacy been invaded too.
Yeah, no, but people have been getting checks, right? And so
it's like a class action or something.
Exactly.
Okay.
But it's only like $100. I think $200 max, but still, if you know.
Do I gotta file for it, or are they gonna send it to you?
No, you have to go through all the.
Oh yeah, see,
to do it.
They had the tricks.
Yeah, the most money
I'm
I ever
got
got
from
from
my
a
loans too. While they bullshit, they trying to announce it. I'm filing for get my student loans wiped off. I don't care who get mad if they paid theirs off. So sorry, I didn't have the money.
I say, hey, take advantage of the opportunity. You feel me?
Every opportunity I get, girl.
It's just, it's they just trying to wash their money.
Y'all see that? No.
DM me. Send it to me on Facebook.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna send it to y'all. But it's real. I thought it was a hoax when I first heard about it, but niggas is really.
It's real.
Yeah, it's real. I wouldn't even put it on this platform if it was not.
Well, I wasn't doubting you. I was just questioning, is it right? You got to get that double back. Make sure it's real.
Facebook's 90 million data tracking settlement.
See, 90 million. Everybody,
they owe me more than that. Goddamn it.
Shut this whole shit down.
Right.
They just giving everybody 90 million, really. Imagine if everybody was really rocking, though.
Imagine the fact that they're a company that can give away 90 million and not go bankrupt.
Even if half of everybody was rocking, that's, you know what I'm saying?
They're not going to about that 90 million. They don't care about that. We'll pay you peons. Keep giving us your data and your information.
Yeah, see, and then
keep giving us all your interests.
That's where it's at, right there. Imagine us. We're building what they call this metaverse.
They don't have to do anything.
That's
We're providing all the information for them every time we log in and post.
This is our check. This is our paycheck.
They owe us this money. It's back pay. We get back pay right now.
Yeah, y'all go claim it for sure.
I need my back pay.
Have you watched a lot? You seen that show called Westworld? Bro, that's exactly what it's about.
But this is back pay. This is back pay. They've been owed us this money for years.
Man, imagine logging on to Facebook, what's the first thing that they ask you?
What's on your mind?
What's in your mind?
Thank you. Thank you.
And then what do people do? They like and comment and share. All that shit is getting tallied up. They just tallying shit.
Look, and think about all the companies that got free marketing off of Facebook when motherfuckers was fighting over Chick-fil-A sandwiches, when they was fighting over the fucking Popeye sandwiches. Like, free fucking marketing.
These niggas know how long
Uncle
niggas is sleeping on the West
talking
Coast.
about what the fuck they doing.
You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, West Coast area. If you sleep on the West Coast, average 7 hours of sleep.
I swear to God, I wanted to post, and I didn't know why I had the urge. I was like, I need to post my location. I was like, hell no, niggas getting killed. I'm not even famous, and I still ain't gonna post. Shit, I don't know who looking for me. So yeah. No.
That's the way to crash this bitch. Just turn it all off. Turn your TVs off. Turn your phones off.
I'm not gonna lie. I tried to do that earlier today. I just was like, okay.
Earlier today.
Update my phone and see how long I can go. I'm gonna just put some classical music on. You know, because I'm thinking like back in the day they didn't have TV, but they had radio. You know what I'm saying? So.
And even after that, we only had 13 channels.
Kids listening to the radio.
Yeah, they got all the ads in the radio and just it's the same shit.
Right, so I just put on some classical music, and I was just trying to, be present in my day. I literally lasted 1 hour.
Right,
I can't do it.
Imagine the people who are socially awkward. This is what the platform is for. And
this is the best universe for them.
Yeah, so it's just like, nigga.
But for all of us social people who know that you need to be connected with people to make it in this life, it's devastating for me.
So you banking on this is just like how niggas say you squares is fucking it up for real niggas. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's just like
they are.
Y'all doing y'all thing, but it's just like
all y'all anti-social ass motherfuckers fucking up for social people.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? But that's how the shit work. And it's just like you can bank on that. You can bank on, people being tapped in versus.
But not only that, it turns social people into anti-social people at the same damn time.
Right.
Like so people who used to be like, I need to be around people connecting and touching and rubbing elbows. And she's like, I'm cool just staying at home if I could do this on the internet. Right. And it's just divided.
And that's where I'm calling y'all bluff.
You're not supposed to be divided that much. We're supposed
to. If y'all really want to be out in the field, go create some events, stand outside with a sign, and get it cracking.
Divine, ain't nobody gonna come to our shit because they're gonna be
so what?
Inside on Facebook.
If you outside, it's somebody else outside too. Yank their ass by the collar and be like, "Hey, let me tell you my little thing, my little setup, real quick."
Talk to my little shit real quick down the street.
You know,
you gonna have some food, some music and shit. You gonna have fun. You gotta put your phone down though. Gotta put that down.
Right, no phones.
No
phones for sure.
I definitely I think like my next birthday party is gonna be a no phones party.
You gotta take the Apple Watch off, pimp. We ain't taking anything there.
Hey, I know your earbud talk to you, bruh. You gotta take that out too. Take that out. Yeah. All the shit. It's gonna be crazy, but you know what? I'm like, I can't believe that I lived in a time when we didn't have no cell phones and no nothing. Like I was using a goddamn payphone. 10 cents was a goddamn that dime.
Oh,
shit,
minute.
That dime saved my life a couple times. I gotta call my mom. Gotta find a payphone quick. I don't even see payphones no more. Like, do they even still exist?
They got them, but it's scarce.
Just imagine, even on that type of time, just imagine. I know me as a youngster, I was just like, man, I'm not even. Hey, I'm an hour away from where you're at, nigga.
Right.
I'm gonna come to your house. I'm on my way.
Don't still be there on time.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, so you have
or
to have that
even this, like, how do we know where everybody was at all the time outside?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I never missed a good time on a Saturday afternoon. I knew what the niggas was had. Like, we didn't call nobody. And that was before pagers.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought pages was doing shit, but I started learning how to write shit like "Where are you?" and in the pager tones and shit. I was like, "Oh hell yeah, I got this shit." This nigga still gotta find a payphone to call me back though.
All right. But yeah, just the and it's just like the technology right now.
It jumps so fast.
It's still on a 50-50 thing. Like if it's helping you, it's helping you. If it's hurting you, it's hurting you. But that's still dependent upon who you are. But it's just like at the same time, it's just like me. I didn't just watching this shit. Just like you said, like I didn't put myself into a space where just like the observer, just like man, look at this shit and how this shit. I feel like an old nigga, like you know what I mean, like
hella old.
Looking at this shit, laughing and shit, like, hey, this shit is crazy as fuck. But
because like when the power go out and shit, and the little kids be freaking out, like nigga, just
right,
go find a landline.
Like she's so.
It's not the end of the world. Like
it's like the simpler time. It's like back in my day, the simpler times was just the whoopie wild. But just to have
your Wi-Fi just went out for a couple minutes, bro. You gonna be all right. It's not that serious.
Like, you know what I mean? I see.
Hey, you see that video? It was like a 12-year-old. She took her.
Nigga, I was just gonna bring that up. No. I was just gonna bring that up. I seen it today. Like, nigga, you took away the phone and just the whole house is up.
Like the whole, like no. I'm talking about like the refrigerator slammed, half of the granite counter broke.
Whoa.
All the windows is broke. Everything like trashed from a 12-year-old.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a female.
For what?
I don't know if it was a female because the mom took his cell phone.
Oh, I would have been in jail because I would have killed that little boy.
Hey, the bathroom sink looked like a dinosaur big.
Right,
that is
crazy. He must have had a sledgehammer or something. Like, how do you break a granite countertop?
Hey.
And that's how addiction is really bad with us Americans. Like to the point where little kids can't control their fucking temper over Wi-Fi and a phone.
Shit, but man, I mean, it's really it is because of addiction. So like the constant colors and switching of the screens and different stimulus, like it's just constant dopamine.
It's
and I noticed this with my son. So like there's certain programs we can watch, and when I turn them off, of course he's like, oh, the TV. But there's some programs that we just cannot watch because even if they're on for 2 minutes, the moment I turn it off, he goes into full blown tantrum, and he doesn't act like that. And it's specifically with Baby Shark. Like
it's some crack in that Baby Shark.
He loses his absolute everything in his whole everywhere. He just
Baby Shark and Coco Melon. Them kids be breaking their damn neck for that shit.
Girl,
like, no, what is in that Coco Melon or that Baby Shark?
Like,
but it's a certain hurts that we don't know about that they got tuned into both of those things.
Yeah, he's not allowed to watch that over here with me because I don't like how he acts once it gets off. And I'm like, bruh, you're 1.5 acting, like you acting like somebody just snatched some candy out your mouth. Like, I don't know. It just, ain't sit right with me.
We gotta talk about the subliminal messages that come through with that shit.
Yeah.
Certain little different things. It's just like, they understand the science that comes behind it. It's just like, nigga, music. Then we got to understand repetitive shit. Then we got to understand the high.
And they also understand that kids are closer to source than we are. You know what I'm saying? So they pick up those vibrations that we might not even distinguish or recognize when we just listen to Coco Melon or Baby Shark. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the kids can pick up that tone, and they definitely get fucking hypnotized.
Yeah. No different than when we hear certain songs that we like. It's just like
gangster music and shit. Yep. I have to take myself away from it. I feel like an old ass lady, but I was like, you know what? This just ain't for me no more.
Yeah, again, there's a certain level of being non-attached that that comes with, you know, a certain level of the quote unquote awakening that, you know, certain people put in that work, and it's just like if you put in that work, you're not going to be a victim of anything else that goes on. Like, you know what I mean? So, and I don't want to say I don't want to say victim, because a lot of times the things that go on and happen is fulfilling to whoever is dealing with the shit. Like, you know what I mean? So, I think it just comes down to what you like, what you don't like, and shit like that. So this is why I said, me personally, I just feel like an OG. Like, I like to sit back and like watch shit transpire, and I sit back and I laugh and I look at shit. I'm just like, hey, you know what I mean? I remember being in that space. I remember being in that time, but you know, it's just a whole different era, and you know, we can't look at what's going on in the now and say, you know, that it wasn't like that. Because, you know, when we was young, I know when I was younger, we was into a whole lot of shit. We didn't have the same technology, but fuck a technology.
We didn't need technology.
Yeah. Hey, it wasn't.
We was in real life shit.
But niggas was lit. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, imagine, you know, what's to come after that. Everything else, you know, we're in the evolution state. Like, you know what I mean? So what do you expect to come after that? We wasn't doing the shit that our parents was doing. We was lit. Like, it's like, well, what would, nigga, we was lit. Like, and so, right. You know what I mean? So just imagine, you know, what's taking place, but still at the same time, you know, you hold a level of reserve because you know everything comes full circle. So even though it may seem lit, at some point in time, it's gonna come back to where it's just like, all right, it's cool again, and then she's gonna go back like, you know what I mean? So I'm here for all this shit. Like, you know what I mean?
It's happening nowadays. It's happening a lot faster than it used to take to come around back to us.
That's
like motherfuckers are getting recycled real quick. Around.
That's a fact. Hey,
and I mean, it is what it is. But I feel like our generation, like, it was a slower time, so we got to experience it and live through a lot of different things. And really, like, okay, shit is changing. Like, it was slow enough for us to see the change, but it was fast enough to get it. So
exactly.
But now I don't feel like they get enough time to get shit. It just be passing through their mother. They ain't got no fucking attention span in this motherfucker.
Yeah, it's the Instagram. It's the
every life. It's Insta everything. Instagram, Instacart, Insta life, Insta pussy. It's Insta everything. So.
Just imagine, and I know somebody said this before. Just imagine. When we was young, nigga, you get a half a gram in your blunt, it's up. You get a gram in your blunt, nigga, you're the man. These niggas is rolling 3.5. They rolling whole.
Like, you rolling a whole egg? Like, do you know how long that would last me? A week and a half.
Then on top of that,
I'm pinching the shit out of them blunts. Like, what the
fuck? A 40, you drink 40
out here wilding.
Liquor. The fuck is called liquor? Nigga, I got mold. In this goddamn bottle.
Like, this whole bottle gotta last us the whole weekend, y'all. These niggas is drinking a whole bottle in an hour. No, we're not. That's what we're not gonna do.
Like, nigga, nigga, what are you talking about?
You gotta have some respect for yourself. Like, come on.
But see, that's the lit part, because you know, when it comes down again to the business aspect, you know, you get a lot of niggas that understand the game early. So it's just like, I'm not gonna get but you know, it's just like, that's why I like looking at the young, like, it's just like, yeah, these little niggas turned up. But you have the pros and the cons of the shit too. So it's just like,
I love they fuck you attitude. Like, they don't like any of these laws and rules. I'm all about that. I just can't get away with it. So I'm a little bit jealous, but you know.
Yeah. And it's just like, you know, when you see that shit, you know, you congratulate, you try to. And when I regulate, but when I say regulate, it's just like, you know, just make sure you know what you're doing. You don't move too fast, like on that type of time. But for the most part, these little niggas be lit.
I can't even. I used to be mad at them, but I can't even be mad at them because I kind of wish that was me when I was younger. Like, I wish I could have been.
You.
Look at all this shit.
You just don't remember. It was you too. I know it was me. I know I was, man.
I was so straight arrow, man. I wish I had the balls to be like, fuck you, I ain't going to church. Yeah, okay. I would have got my ass whooped all the way to church. And then back after.
Right. Yeah,
but see, that's the cycles, man. It's like
that's what it is.
It's just the cycle. And that's why I feel like we're at the part of our cycle as like humanity where we're damn near almost peaked, and then we're gonna crash very quickly after we peak. So that's why I'm just like, if we're heading into the age of Aquarius, technically Pisces is the next step, and Pisces is the first of the actual calendar.
The whole astrology, yeah.
Right. So then it's like, okay, well, actually, no, that would be incorrect. Pisces is the oldest, so Pisces would be last.
Yeah, we're leaving.
Yeah, Pisces would be last, and then Aries would be the very, very brand new beginning.
So we're at the end of a cycle, technically.
Exactly. Yeah, we got one more to go, and then it's done. So that's why I'm like, hey, ball out. You feel me? Lean in. That's where I'm at with it. Just fucking lean in. If the world is on fire, what you gonna do when the flame come close to your ass? What you gonna be doing when that flame catch you? Because at a certain point, like, you can only fight the flow for so long.
Hell no, I don't even want to fight.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm not giving no resistance.
I'm floating like a
no resistance.
And see, when you say float, what's the Aquarius sign? Pouring out some water, like, nigga.
Water,
right? We about to be flooded.
We're gonna have a pool party around this. Like, nigga, pour your water. It's gonna go up. But who gonna stay afloat is gonna be prepared to swim. Like,
them damn Pisces, the fish.
The Pisces,
right?
Them fish, they're gonna be the last ones.
They emotional asses. Yeah, they'll be right there. They somebody gotta guide us back to the beginning again. They go, all right, y'all, pull the shit in off get off the water. Ocean's closed.
That clock is going counterclockwise, right?
Right.
What's after Aquarius going the other way?
No.
Capricorn.
What? Capricorn? Capricorns? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that shit. Woo.
Capricorns like to get to the money.
Aquarius shit. But just the cycles, man. I love transitions. I love, the evolution of things. And even though, it may seem like things are turning for the worse, if you really sit back and look at it, it's like, nah, shit is lit. Like, you know what I mean?
Going for the better.
Hell yeah.
Unlike polygamy.
What you say? Don't do that.
Hey, Aquarius.
You ain't said nothing in 30 minutes. Don't say nothing now.
Hey, I'm on a whole nother type of time. Like, Aquarius is an air sign.
Yes.
That's a fact. I'm an air sign too. It's up.
Right.
Aquarius air sign, but Cancer. We were talking about Pisces. Pisces is the water, right?
Oh, yeah, Pisces.
Water. We're in the cusp of Pisces right now.
Pisces and Aquarius, yeah.
So wait, are we stepping out of the Aquarian age or into it?
We just starting the Aquarian age.
Into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is how they put out that movie 2012 or what was that shit 2012, and it's like the end of the world came with like the flooding of the earth and shit. So they just letting us know we coming into like the Aquarius age. Yeah, the water, but
cycle, man.
It's funny because Aquarius deal with the water, but they air signs for real. So it's just like it's kind of crazy. But I think it's gonna be a lit time. Information flows freely, just like water goes wherever it wants to go. I can't wait. We're here right now for the people.
You're already here. What you mean you can't wait?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying for the people who's tapped in, we're here. There's a lot of people who don't know what the fuck is going on. There's no water flowing.
Don't want to know what the fuck is going on.
It's dried up, B.
At this point, does it even serve them any good to try and find out We're so far in the damn flood.
Man,
Fuck
look.
it. Live your best life.
Literally,
it might help them out to know, but I don't think they will get it.
If you ain't get it right now,
you ain't gonna get it.
Good luck.
The cycle comes back around. That cycle, it's a
damn.
Back around,
damn.
And it is what it is.
I'm just saying.
I'm done wasting my breath on motherfuckers. That's for sure.
You're gonna be a fish out of water, nigga.
I'm gonna go horsing. Literally, a fish out of water.
Right, coming from that stage to next, like, nigga, where's the water? I don't know. Like, nigga, yeah, your fish is done.
You don't need to know.
we all flowing and shit right now, man. We all flowing.
It's no big deal. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that Aquarian age is gonna be a nice little cleanse.
It's already a doozy right now. It's like
flush a lot of the bullshit out.
It's just getting started.
It's just getting started. It's pulling all kinds of shit out of Hollywood, and you got motherfuckers just acting foolish and wild for no goddamn reason on afternoons at restaurants. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's why I said, like, the crash.
It's gotta be something about the pop right now.
The crash.
Too many people are on edge.
It's gonna happen at some point. So just get you a little raft. Learn how to float. You'll be all right. But for now, in the meantime, turn up.
Hey, that's a fact.
We on YouTube. You feel me? We in the metaverse with it.
Right. Live your life. I always tell people, be you. So what? They think you crazy. So what? Motherfuckers is crazy, and they still are having a good life. Just be you.
But see, they try to act like the insane ain't sane. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the crazy part about it. It's just like, dude,
they try to act like
it is what it is.
Like, the insane is not sane.
They are. They're more sane than us.
Yeah.
I think there's why? Because a lot of insane people have insight on the other side of the veil that we don't.
Think about it.
They just don't know how to calculate that shit on this side, so that's what makes them insane over here.
Because you're not dealing with the outside.
It don't make sense.
Insane, not sane.
Not outsane. Insane.
Not outsane.
Not outsane.
So it's just like, I don't give a fuck what y'all talk about. This is what I got popping. Like, you know what I mean?
Like, think about it. How many crazy, insane people you walk by and they be talking hella crazy before they see you, but when you walk by them, they straighten up and ask you for $1 like real quick. Like a regular ass motherfucker. Like, oh, you not insane, are you? You know how to ask for $1? That's not insane. They just be going back and forth, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Didn't you say that earlier? We can't be 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It'll drive you crazy.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. No, for real.
Well, in their situation, it's balanced like a. I'm hungry as hell. Hey, you got $1 real quick?
You got $1 real quick? I'm just trying to get on this bus real quick. You got $1 for me? Like, you ain't getting on the bus for $1. It costs $3.
You ain't got that shit. But yeah, like I was saying.
Hey, wouldn't it be wild? Wouldn't it be wild if those are the people who survive the crash?
They will be.
Yeah, they've been out there this whole time.
They already paid.
They've been out there
already rocking, bro.
They 10 toes
just wait for us to, get on the fucking train. They're like, can they hurry the fuck up? Because I'm already halfway there. Like,
right. I don't want to be here anyway, motherfucker.
Oh. Why you sound like DMX?
I think, not to say it like that, but I don't think DMX want to be here.
That
nigga DMX is like, nigga, fuck all this shit. What you bitches want from a nigga?
When it go, then the dog won't go. He was already telling us. I'm already. Can y'all catch up? I'm trying to get on this train real quick.
I'm fucking with y'all. Hey, but on some real shit though, man.
It's 11:11.
Turn up.
Is it time to shut her down? That's a magic number.
About that,
yeah. I gotta get up early in the morning and shit. I'm driving to LA and shit.
What? You gonna be down the street from me? How long you out there?
For the weekend. It's my little cousin's birthday.
Family stuff?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, you never know. I'm in San Diego.
Okay.
It happens.
Right. If you out there, hey, we finna turn up.
My old ass ain't doing shit. Turn up this house.
Hey, no, hey, Dago lit though. I ain't gonna hold you. What they got the gas lab district out there.
That's for the zoo.
That's it.
Ain't that where the big ass zoo is?
Yes.
Zoo's downtown.
Yeah.
They got a couple little things out here in San Diego. That's why y'all ain't gonna catch my black ass back in sack.
You buy the water.
I ain't
you buy the water
against you Sacramentans, but yeah.
Yeah, you buy the water.
I gotta be by the beach.
Lit by the water.
Lit. Well, yeah,
shout out to the chat.
Hey, the
everybody
chat
that is still in here.
I ain't gonna hold niggas. The chat was lit.
Chat was lit.
All that.
I think the conversation was lit. It was good not to have to argue. I ain't gonna argue with you. It's good not to have to argue with people. You know, we don't have to agree, but we don't have to argue either. So.
And these
I did my little shit. Look, I came on y'all shit, was in y'all chat, went and did my podcast, and came back to y'all shit. Like, come on.
See, that's why we appreciate the love, Treat.
Yeah, always.
For sure.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all feel like y'all the only people I can talk to on some real shit online without, being the only one that's gonna get some backlash. So
yeah, you know, niggas. This is a cameras on, cameras off. This is a regular ass conversation.
I already fucking know. I hope y'all know that. I don't turn on for no cameras. Y'all niggas ain't paying me shit. The fuck?
Same shit.
If y'all was cash apping me, I'd turn it up. But I ain't got not damn payment. So this is me. This is the real me.
Niggas cash apping. I'm like, hey, so what's the judge warrant? I'm gonna let you guys know that. Vote for everybody.
Not unless you're gonna give all niggas a accountant, not a fake ass accountant, a real one that's gonna watch our money and make sure we invested wisely. Yeah, because we as black people don't have the financial literacy on top right now.
Cash App say it do. I'll be like, everybody's financially literate. If you're not.
Giving all that money right back to the white man.
Right. Got to sign a contract.
Hey,
you accept these reparations.
Taxes.
But you got to pay them back in a year and a half.
Right,
listen, Lord, please. Oh my God.
Okay, so if we gonna start accepting super chat donations,
Cash App, free your mind, you know what I'm saying?
Start going up in this motherfucker. Hey, we ain't gonna have names on this motherfucker. My name is gonna be my Cash App for sure.
Okay, you laughing? You might get
What's your name?
Run it up. Cash App.
DREKSNEAK. Yeah, that's my name, boo. What's your name? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Plug your Cash App.
Why you playing? That's about to start being my name for real.
Motherfuckers gonna be looking for their comments. How come my comment didn't post, nigga? Did you
cash it?
Did you contribute?
Cash App. We got a month member. We got a 3-month member.
Only Cash App messages get posted, bitch. You don't.
We don't have little packages.
If it wasn't a Cash App message, it ain't getting on here.
Package deal, $50.
Free your mind with $20
with the heart.
It'll give you 3 months worth of commenting.
Why you bullshitting? Somebody listen to this and they making that shit right now.
Right. For real.
That's the only reason why you thought of it.
It's the algorithm. We can't be telling them too much.
Yeah.
They know everything, man. They're already in your brain.
They already got you.
Yeah, you got a speaker in your house. They listening the whole nine.
I'm telling you, they're in my pineal gland or some shit going crazy. They literally showed me an ad for contacts the day that I decided to see if the contacts I had.
I swear to God, I don't trust Google or YouTube because the other day, girl, I thought about one song I wanted to hear. Do you know that motherfucker came on?
Right. So
immediately went out about it, and I was like, all right. Who's in here?
You fuck with Siri. That's why. That's the whole thing.
I don't fuck with any of that stuff. That was my phone.
All that turned off.
You fuck with Siri. Don't do it.
Shut up.
I don't think it's serious. You gotta be serious.
I don't have Siri or Alexa or any of that shit. I'm scared of them. I'm worried they're gonna say the wrong thing with the wrong nigga in my house.
They said Siri rapper right now. Siri, I haven't asked Siri to rap, but I heard Siri got bars right now.
What I'm not gonna do is support you on this.
I'm serious as a heart attack. I heard Siri got bars. You asked Siri to rap, Siri gonna rap right now.
Rap about what?
Whatever niggas is talking about.
See, that's why Siri ain't in my house. I don't need her rap about shit I do.
Siri got bars.
It's my business.
Like Siri spit some shit. Siri don't spit all that shit.
Look, Siri get the snitching on bitches and shit. I'm not fucking with Siri. Siri sound ghetto as hell. I'm not good.
Oh shit. But yeah, is my shit frozen on there? Am I bugging?
You was freezing, but I think Seth's trying to kick us out the room anyway.
Nah, they heard me talking about Siri. I was like, get this nigga off the goddamn thing.
Not the grown folks business. I got grown folks business to handle. Y'all get off the motherfucking line.
Trigger retired.
Hey, all right, y'all.
Yeah, it's always love. Always.
I'll see y'all later.
Stay blessed, people.
Peace to the goddesses.
Hey, it's always good having the females come on, man. They be having.
I know. Right, for real. It always bring that other side, you know what I'm saying, of the energy and shit.
That's a fact. Then the chat, hey, shout out to the chat. If you was in the chat tonight,
chat was going crazy.
Shit was lit, and they was keeping this shit comical out.
Dropping the questions, everything.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm trying to look at it. We missed a lot of y'all, and I
tried to put them up.
Yeah,
all the ones I was seeing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So y'all is lit. So appreciate everybody who was up in there. But again, like we if you was on Facebook, we dropped the link, like you know what I mean. So y'all can come pull up, talk shit, man. We just talk shit for the most part, like you know what I mean. It ain't got to be nothing too serious. If you just want to come on, state your claim, bust up with jokes in the meantime, like you know what I mean. Just pull up, it's up.
Feel free to hit the email. I just posted that. I try to get it in, but I still kind of forgot to the end. But it's just in there right now. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. If you got any topics or whatever, any questions, hit the email. Hit the subscribe button, the like button. You know what I mean? Share it if you're on Facebook. We definitely appreciate it. All the love and support.
Yeah, but another one in the books, man. But yeah, it was a good show, man, and just dealing again with the PNB Rock situation. I hope all artists take this, as a lesson. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes it's cool to just have your own situation. It's cool to keep security, and if you're dealing with somebody, if you're dealing with certain situations, please just know to be safe at all times. I'm gonna just say it just like that. Just be safe.
Yeah. It's
And shout out to everybody who is not if you're a step parent, that's absolutely cool. But even if you're just, you don't even have to be a step parent. But if you're just in a relationship to where that other person has a kid, and you do whatever that you do for that child, and you know what I mean, that's highly appreciated and shit too, for sure.
Yeah, you do what you do. You know what I mean. Everybody is where they at, and especially dealing with that and the kids and stuff. You know what I mean. So
Definitely.
timing.
Yeah.
And then that crazy law that they passed. You know what I mean.
Oh,
We gonna see
damn.
what's happening with that. That's a
Yeah.
whole nother thing.
Yeah, that's the unfolding of that, because we're talking about the next 3 months. Hold on, wait, September, November, December. Yeah, the next 4 months is when that shit is
It's
gonna be
right
in
around the corner.
effect. Yeah. So
Yeah.
just if we understand that this is going, excuse me, that this is going to be in play, the best thing that we can do is try to counter it as much as possible. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Yep. Well,
you
but
know,
we'll see.
yeah, just take that up.
I think everybody's looking at it as a test right now. Like everybody
Yeah,
got eyes on Illinois. You know what I'm saying?
right. Because naturally, when people hear the word or see the word purge, especially after the movie, they're like,
You
oh,
got a
yeah,
certain
that's
type of
this.
idea.
It puts you in a certain thing, and this is why I like to say purge is just short for purgatory. Like, you know what I mean, to where you have
Mhm.
options to either go this way or that way, and whatever you choose is on you. So, you know what I mean,
Yep.
uh,
Yep.
on that type of time. But
Yeah.
hell yeah, another one, and the
Another
thing,
one in the books, man.
man,
4 hours.
and we starting to understand how to keep them short, just a
Sort
little.
of. Yeah.
This
Just a
is
little
this is short. It's not short, but it's short.
bit. Yeah, compared to some of the ones, man, for sure.
Yeah, but
But
yeah,
yeah, man. That's all love. Appreciate everybody again.
hell yeah,
Another one, man. Free Your Mind Podcast.
out.
Peace.
Peace.